I guess we should start by looking at the past just a moment. Um, we had a interestingly eventful session last time with kind of the goings on. We started off recovering from a quick night in jail after being interrogated by the Hands of Ord, having to do with the assault and battery of a citizen uh, of the realm, who, as it turns out, was up to no good. So it was not very difficult to convince them to let you go, with a little help from our friend Question. But unfortunately, it did mean the failure of the missions for their admission, or at least the expedited one. And so she had directed you to back to the professor and the Legions of Allsight, to see if perhaps through him and his other contacts at the Crystal Chateau, and that perhaps might can still have an opportunity for expedited membership through their faction. You had been offered what seemed like a relatively simple, straightforward, go fetch type quest. You went to go collect this little marble elephant from a shopkeeper, and a little interesting, almost like pawn shop that was not of the highest quality, but it did have an interesting person running it who didn't appear to be able to speak, but the parrot, of which she kept, spoke for her. She very quickly handed over this item that you were supposed to return, and as you had moved it from its casing, it immediately began to grow, and it turned into an oddly red crystal, alive, animated being that went rampaging around the little bizarre area. You had to subdue it through some both combative nature as well as some kind of heroic acrobatic ways to try to tie it down and keep it subdued to prevent doing any kind of real harm to anyone nearby. But after you had sufficiently wounded the crystal entity, it reverted back into its little marble figurine. The the red crystalline nature of the transformed version looked corrupted. Something that we had looked at. It had some weird red aura of magic that was somehow different than what was meant under normal enchantments. Something that we surmise might be related to the red crystals that are mysteriously behind certain plots that have been going on in the city and the area. The you were able to return it and kind of got a nice little sum of money for doing so. And then you went off to kind of wait in the hotel, wait for the next kind of mission to arrive for this trial for membership. When you were contacted by one of the professor's assistants, a very fat hobbit who had difficulty utilizing his magical means of communicating, so he had to huff and puff all the way over to your inn, in which he told you that there was a new mission to investigate the Life Dome in the River District. That you had a particular gnomish member of the Allegiance that you're supposed to meet there, named Carlisle, who you were supposed to go and see if you could investigate perhaps some secret entrance, if there was such a thing, into the underground city below the ancient ruins of Karamaro. And that's kind of where we left off, was kind of having gathered said mission, and was kind of told to meet there kind of at your leisure. So I can turn it over to you.
What time of day is it right now?
It was early that morning when he had first the Hobbit had first came over, tried to commute, and then it wasn't but half an hour for him to waddle over into your area hurriedly. So it should still be very, very early in the morning.
Well, boys, what do you want to do?
Seems pretty straightforward. Let's go meet this gnome.
To the water district. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm still in my wizard pajamas.
Do we need? Yeah, I was gonna say. Should we make any like? I know we don't have a lot of gold on us right now or anything. Do we need any supplies or anything before we potentially? Because like my expectation is that we're gonna go to the water district or the river district, whatever it's called, and go down and potentially have some grand adventure before we are back in town proper. So if there's anything we need to like stock up on before we go, we should maybe do that now. Refill your flask, Balthazar, anything like that.
I think we're still pretty stocked.
Okay.
Yeah, we've spent some time getting some gear and stocking, and I think we're good.
Oh, what's the name of the city?
On Corel.
Oh, okay. That works. Searching for it, but it's faster. Alright, well, let's go then.
So you had moved inns to a different one because you had pretty well feared that the one in the Circlet Walk that you had been staying at, the Step Aside, was under at least mild levels of surveillance, but really feared that there is a little more than mild, and that after other missions and stuff that things might be hot in the area. So you'd moved up to the Illuvium district up near the northeast gate, which is where you were. So the river district is not too far, but it is still a reasonably long walk. Do you want to take one of the carriages, or do you want to make this walk?
I mean, I'm happy to walk, but probably a carriage is better.
I don't know. If we walk, we can grab some breakfast vendor food from a street.
Ooh, kebabs.
Kebabs.
Bacon kebabs.
All right, we're walking.
I mean, don't inspect too closely the bacon, as there's not really pigs in the desert here. But
it'll be pig-like. That's all that matters.
Salamander bacon.
Delicious.
Bill bacon.
I was thinking
salty.
camel,
All right.
camel bacon.
As we're walking down, talking about the source of our bacon, I leaned to my brother and was like, "When you gonna ask a question now?" Might be easier now because we're not. I'm saying it's still Wolfen or Belisar. Might be easier now because she's not our boss, so there's none of that weird issues going on.
Mm-hmm. Although I like the dynamic.
You could give him the sending stone. That's a little bit out of character. No, not really out of character, because I can hear you.
It's a good idea. This is like this is our pager. So
No.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
This relationship's got to be natural. All right.
Well, yeah, you naturally call someone. That's
She's
the way all
gonna
the
walk
bad
into the
users do it.
bathhouse and be like, "Hello."
It's not often you can naturally meet someone in a bathhouse. So I slip that into his pocket, and then when I do, I sort of just hit it to activate it, without really telling him I did it. It's like, you should tell her how you really feel. Man, a few words, Balthasar. Come on, don't be shy. It's just us here.
I'm not gonna tell you.
Well, you should practice. What were you going to say to her?
My sword needs sharpening and polishing. Wink, wink.
That's a start. It's definitely a start.
Is that the equivalent of a prehistoric dick pic? Message in a bottle.
I don't know, like, if how much of the activated thing, if I actually activated, and how much that went through. So
I was trying to count 25 words on where it cut off.
So funny.
Oh yeah, it would have cut off.
I'm not gonna tell you.
It would have ended before you even got to talk.
well, because you were being out of character. You were being too quiet. I had to
It got all the way to the.
speak.
I need my.
And then stuff's right there.
He was saying something about sword polishing and it cut right off.
Oh, well. I just conclude that by saying I don't care if this is salamander bacon.
It's tasty.
Kazan, roll a perception check.
Okie dokie.
You are, having okay. Actually, and then do also a sleight of hand check as well. I want to see kind of how that.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you activate it and place it in his pocket, and you're kind of listening intently as you're kind of goading him into trying to say anything, and then you listen to try to hear if there's any kind of muffled reply or anything in the pocket, and it doesn't seem to be one.
I say as to encourage my brother. It's like, it doesn't. After I'm pretty sure the 25 words are done, well gone. Like, I don't know. You gotta take your shots. I was trying to message AO, but she doesn't reply back. So, kind of think we got her in trouble with her job. So I don't know.
Hope we don't get anyone in trouble with their job.
Well, I think she was working for the Red Wizard bitch.
Oh, okay then. Maybe I did. Maybe we did.
She should probably get a different employer. Maybe maybe Question has a job opening for them now. But like I said, she didn't return. I sent a few messages at night when I was alone, but I never got any replies. So maybe that group wasn't meant to be.
Do you think perhaps they're in trouble? And that's why you haven't gotten a response?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they can manage. I think, not turning on us. That's what they were supposed to do. We got kicked out of our little thing by failing an objective, so. And there's just to remind you, there's still the little dog following us. So I'm not familiar.
I think
Oh,
in
that's right. It
typical,
is a dog. That's right. I forgot you'd done that.
I was gonna say in typical Brutus style, he's silent and paranoid, or at least very watchful or protective of the group. So he's like watching for, uh, not too interested in food and vendors, but more interested in suspicious activities as on our walk.
Okay. You are normally pretty perceptive just naturally, even without being on alert. And as you traverse, at least from this place, unlike on near the bazaar and in the circlet walk area, you're not seeing like these people ducking back into windows or any particular person following or keeping even a keen eye, other than maybe the shocked face of seeing people that look out of the ordinary for the area, but nothing
Yeah,
that would
that's fine.
look suspicious as far as someone trying to trail you or keep an eye on you, or really like it's really a lot more actual shock of any encounters that you come across of than anything else.
Okay, thanks.
So little bit into the conversation, you can start coming upon some of the vegetation that is known for the river district itself. Of course, the city itself is located in a vast desert, and so most of it is this sandy, dry, oppressive heat kind of atmosphere. But as you approach the river district, you can see some of the flowing open canals that seem to connect the river district to other parts of the city. And here, there's even large trees that begin to encircle what is the large life dome in the center. The part that you weren't able to get close enough to as the guards had kept you at bay. There's just some, in all essence, it looks like a giant glass dome, like some giant greenhouse, and then it's actually difficult to see inside of it, at all, because it's like literally steamed and fogged up, or it's what it looks like, at least from the outside. As you start making your way through the vegetation, through one of the main streets, as you get close to the Life Dome, you can see this very old-looking gnome, kind of not running, but definitely hurrying up the road towards your group as you approach.
Either that's our gnome or someone else with money.
I hail him. Or at least give him the head nod of silence.
So as he kind of like hurriedly approaches you, kind of comes up to a pretty quick stop. Yes, I can see. You are the ones. Not hard to tell, not hard to tell.
Yeah, we stick out.
You have much to learn, I hear. Much to see. I have been told to give you the tour. I rarely get visitors.
Well, we're excited to see it. Where do we begin?
Come. Let us go this way. I shall initiate the tour. And you can see he turns, and then he kind of starts hurrying his way back. So you get the feeling that he's kind of the manic kind of person that never slows down and never stops. And so you have to, as soon as he turns and starts, hurrying away, you actually, your casual stroll, which is still relatively quick pace, because it's with purpose. You actually have to, semi-jog, or, from an action economy standpoint, you have to move plus actually use your actions to move to keep up with him as he is motoring his way back towards this giant glass dome.
We follow. This should be fun.
No.
It's like,
So
is
do
it
you work here? I say to the gnome.
work here? Work? This is my place. I'm in charge.
Awesome.
Carlisle Krugen, Chief Supervisor and Secretary to the Allegiance.
So happy to make your acquaintance. I am Barnard Evictus, and these are my trusted companions.
Ah,
I introduce the others.
I'm sure it's nice to know you and to know me, but what you see before you is the marvel, not us. Come, let me show you. And so, like, this whole time, he's just speeding. Like, I mean, he hasn't slowed down, and he's talking kind of fast, and then he comes right up to this glass dome and just stop. I mean, almost to a skid. It's almost cartoonish as he just stops, and then he reaches into his little pouch on the side and pulls out this thin shard of iridescent, glowing quartz. And he begins to give some kind of quiet hum, and it seems as though that this crystal that he's holding resonates with this hum that he is doing, and it's like it's all the crystal itself is almost like it is humming. And as he does so, one of the dome's glass panels suddenly comes alight with blue and purple arcane runes, which then flicker and fade, leaving behind an opening. Come, enter before it closes. You wouldn't want to be here when it closes.
I hurry inside.
I'm walking.
As soon as you all walk in, you are blasted by the intensity of way beyond a sauna of hot, sodden air that is nearly kind of burns the flesh in just how hot it is. I mean, it stings a little just being in here with how hot the steam is inside. It is actually difficult to see at a great distance, just because of the density of the fog and steam that roils all throughout this dome. You can see just enough to see the rim of an edge of a large lake in the middle of the dome itself.
Is it deep? Can we see? Is it clear?
You would have to get a little closer at this point, that's where he's kind of taking you. But it does, as you approach, look very pristinely clear. It's like you would. It's kind of like the clear water over like a white sand beach, and the silt underneath the lake is thick and white and rich and fertile as any of the richest silt of the mouth of any delta might ever be. There are many crystal bridges that arc as a spider over to a center point in the middle of the lake. There's no like land there; it's all suspended. From different areas out on the kind of like the beach or the land around this lake, where these crystal bridges all connect at a center point in the middle of the lake.
Is that source of heat the lake itself?
It does not seem like the source of. It's not like it doesn't look like steam is just like boiling or rise like if it was boiling water or something like that. No, but it does feel unilaterally high thermals everywhere.
Can I ask him like what's the history of this place? Like how old is it? Who designed it?
It is marvels of both the gods and the arcane and of the mind. the engineers and the mages have worked together to harness something that is divinely natural. An oxymoron, perhaps, but is the way it is. The source of water comes from the caverns deep below. They permeate through the soil into the lake. The levels at which they surge in and out is beyond any natural phenomena. This dome protects the city as these surges threaten to flood or to stagnate, devoid of any water at any time. So the magic and engineering behind it is that when the water surges above a point, it is vaporized and held in the dome. And then as the water recedes, there is still vapor in the air to fill the channels.
Does this happen on a predictable timeline, or is it random?
It is a bit of both. There is random variation within a seemingly fluid schedule.
What is the cause of the surges? Is that known, or?
That is the point at which we think is divine, at least in nature. The city beneath is a marvel unto itself, but it seems as though it was the city above that has now become a city of below. Over the centuries after the calamity, it is, at least my opinion, that the tectonic plates under this city connect, and as one plate is being pushed under the other, the city submerges.
So there's, if I'm understanding this right, there's a city below this city, abandoned, empty.
For millennia, yes.
So you're saying as the plates shift, that's what causes the surges of water? Or?
I don't know that I could say that attributes to the cause of the surge. The timeline is far too long as to justify that source. But it is the reason that the city lies beneath. The surging, I think, is related to the city.
I see.
Before the calamity, great wonders of magic existed far beyond modern knowledge and capability. Something persists. I think that something is the source.
And is there access to that underground city other than through the water?
Not here to my knowledge, no.
But you could access it by swimming down, theoretically?
Not exactly. While we are connected in at least those terms, there is no pathway that you might think of. This is more of, think of a source of water beneath a sponge. This lake is the sponge.
I see.
While there is significant number of paths of which water can travel, there is no canal, if that's what you are asking about.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I guess, let's continue the tour.
Ah, yes. So come. And then he takes you over to the bridges, and then once you get to the bridges and kind of it takes you up onto one of them over towards the center, you can see that center point where all the bridges meet. There is a network of glowing crystals underneath those bridges, and then he kind of shows, is like, as you can see, and then he like looks down at the bottom, and it is this like the most crystal clear, picturesque tropical water that you have ever seen, where you can see the bottom, and it is nothing but this white silty sand. It's not exactly sand, it's a lot more silt, so there's a lot more things besides just the silicon sand that are in it, but it is thick and lines the bottom of this lake. There is no way, from what you can see, that there is any pathways down. It looks just like the clearest pond that you've ever seen, although no pond is ever clear because it's got mud and junk, and this doesn't. This has only this silt. These crystals that are underneath the kind of connection points at the center of the lake under these bridges, he kind of comes to it and he says, "This is where the magic part comes in. These crystals transform when the surges happen. They take the excess water and vaporize it, and it is under some kind of automated process, but under dire need, or in the event of some kind of cataclysm, or who knows what, the chief supervisor, that's me, turns and he says, "I have this, the same thing of which I control to enter this place. I have the ability to override this automated process. Here, let me show you." And then he goes to reach into his pack, the little satchel where he had the little crystal, and you can see him kind of rustle around a moment, and then rustle around a moment. Oh, bother. I seem to have dropped my crystal. Must have been where I let you in. Let's just go back and get that real quick.
How large was the key thing? The crystal key thing? I don't know. It's not a key, but the crystal that he was using.
It's like about just under a foot long. It was relatively thin, but it was it was a significantly sized thing, right? It wasn't like this like little bitty chip or chunk of thing. It was maybe a couple of inches across, and it had multiple jutting pieces off of it.
Yeah, I try to recall if he had dropped it or anything.
Yeah, roll a wisdom check.
Alright, let me find out how to.
So that's on the main.
Yeah, I got it. I found it. Oh, that's a nice roll. That was a saving roll. That wasn't. Was that the right thing? It was a save.
You rolled a wisdom save.
Wisdom check, but that would have been just less.
Doesn't matter. I rolled a 1.
Yeah.
In the traditional sense, that's failure.
The you think about it like, wait a minute, did he put it away? Did he drop it? I don't know. Wasn't paying. I just knew that I was rushing through because maybe I didn't want to get chopped in half by whatever the door was when it came back.
Right.
And so that was more of your focus as he kind of ushered you to hurry your way in. Thina, you think that, honestly, you distinctly remember him putting it in his satchel.
Did he check his satchel, or did he just check his pockets?
He checked his little satchel, yeah.
Okay.
I get nervous at this point and try to. I'm not very good at this kind of thing, but I try to detect if there's some kind of ulterior motive for this guy. Is he misleading us or something?
Roll an insight check.
Honestly confused.
Right, roll an insight check.
Okay. Is that a skill? That's a skill.
I'm better at that.
Okay, well, you get insight after I fail it. Oh, I did not fail. I have the best insight of my life.
Nope.
You genuinely believe that he is. I mean, that he's missing it. Like, that he thought he had it, and now he is legitimately shocked or surprised that it's not in his satchel. And it seems like his, oh, maybe I dropped it, is more of a, oh my god, I hope I dropped, like, what it's almost
So-
alarm to some extent.
Right. So, and based on his, you wouldn't want to be there when it closes, kind of thing. Was he talking about just the entrance area? Or are we trapped in here? Oh, did it close behind us?
Yes. After some
Ah.
amount of time, the door, the opening from where
Okay.
those runes were solidifies again.
Okay.
So I just kind of say, I'm fairly certain I remember you putting it back in your bag. I don't think you dropped it.
I usually do pretty consistently. I'm not one normally to forget to do standard procedure.
Maybe you should just check your bag again.
Kind of rummages through. No. There's nothing in this satchel. It's just empty.
Do you normally keep other things in there or just the keys?
Hey, Kaz, can you like detect, can you detect if a spell has been used, like on something, with detect magic, or is it just?
I mean,
Can
this
you
whole
tell if
place
an
is
object
magic. It's
is?
gonna glow like crazy, right?
Well, yeah, but if someone like cast I don't know, like a summoning spell on the object through the bag, then maybe the bag would like have an indication of that. How else would it just poof?
I don't know yet.
I mean, I go ahead and cast detect magic. I was thinking about it anyway. Just, just blinded by things.
Yeah, well, generally speaking, yeah, especially here in you've already started to move away from the center of the lake. But the dome, everything about the dome is magical. The bridges themselves are magical. Obviously the crystal network under the bridges where they all come together is extremely magical. And then there is even kind of a weird effect of in the air. There is like small particulate of magic, like almost like if you would think of like literally like magic dust in the vapors all around throughout this dome. It sparkles. It's actually not only is it a little overwhelming, but it is intensely beautiful. Something that once you get over the shock of just the sensory overload, you kind of take a moment in awe of what is actually transpiring around you.
Yeah, you see Kazran kind of disconnect from you guys for a few while. He's just kind of like, the hell?
Uh-oh.
All the while, the Carlisle is still hurrying over towards where y'all came in, just as a precautionary.
I go with him.
Just in case he did drop it, or he thought he put it in and it fell out, or at this point he's showing some level of concern.
As you guys kind of start to go ahead, I'm still just kind of looking at you, and a few feet get between us, and my little familiar barks at me, and then I'll start following you guys.
He kind of makes us over to the area, and then he starts. You can see him very intently searching around, looking. There's some vegetation around the outside rim, not as much right near the lake itself. It's almost look as though that's purposely manifested to not be to not interfere with the mechanisms. But there is quite a bit of this vegetation around the outside of the dome, and he's kind of, looking around to see if there's something here, or something of the like. And then, kind of like all of a sudden, you hear what, for lack of a better possibility, something like a tornado siren inside the dome. And then you can see him bolt upright, and he goes, "Oh shit!"
I guess we're gonna experience one of the water things, and the water vaporizes, eh?
What?
Yeah, that sounds kind of bad.
Um, you can see he's almost like panicking at the moment. It's like, someone has my crystal. Someone has the crystal. Hold on. I hope you can swim. In the center of the lake, it begins to churn. And I mean, like, it was calm and clear and unmoving. And it didn't just, like, start to boil. It starts to churn like water over whitewater rapids, in this crazy white foamy way, until all of a sudden it's like an enormous geyser of water bursts upward and outward, with intense force. I need everyone to roll a dexterity save, a constitution save, and a strength save. All three.
That was a
I have no idea what I rolled on anything.
save.
So many rolls.
Wait,
I
I'm
get
sorry.
it, okay.
Okay, so Dex, Con, and Strength save. Yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
Dex, con, strength.
Brutus, why do you have a +1 effect?
I don't know.
From his ring of protection, he gives +1 to saves.
Right.
It's trying to save me from my bad rolls.
Okay, strengths.
Probably be easier if we all rolled the same roll and then all rolled the same roll. And then
Yeah,
all
it's okay.
rolled.
The so this giant surge of water, like a tidal wave, knocks every one of you off your feet, and you are rumble tumbled, with intensely hot water. Look one more time. I don't think. Let's see. Everyone takes 7 points of scalding damage, except for Brutus, who only takes 3. And you are all effectively washed away in this tidal wave of water, and pushed down a one of these canals. That
Do we add the wounds ourselves?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay.
And you are all pushed down one of these canals as the water flows quickly out. Let's see. Wait, there's one. Let me check one more time. Passive perceptions. Someone I thought had a 15. That's. Oh, actually, 2 of you have a 15 passive perception. Okay, so Athena and Brutus, as you are pushed violently, all 4 of you, including the gnome, are all pushed violently down one of these canals. You notice that there is something in the water that is unseen. Something that was near you, perhaps, like within, not like near, but like somewhere within the same vicinity, at least in this life dome, to be pushed in the same direction. When the surge happened, there's kind of like this void space where something would have been, and then after a moment, as you're pushed out into the canal, the surge stops, and you have find yourself in now again still water, but you don't see whatever that something was that was just something that was somehow disturbing the water that is no longer disturbing the water.
Detect invisibility! I got nothing.
I just ask I mean, we're like, assuming we're just sort of treading water at this point now that the water's calm.
Yes. Yeah.
So I just asked the gnome, is there anything else in the water that's like I don't know, like a invisible protection creature or something?
No. What do you mean?
I saw something when we were pushed out. Something, a void space. Maybe something invisible.
That might answer where my crystal went. But there shouldn't be. There shouldn't be anything that makes its way through the dome itself. It's one of the protections it has, beyond just keeping the vapor and harnessing the heat.
So it's invisible not only to us, but possibly the security system, essentially?
It likely came in with us, right? Came in with us, stole it. This is bizarre. Very sneaky.
Well, did anybody feel anything as we came in? Like something rushed past you, or?
Perception roll.
I mean, well, memory too. Trying to recall. Oh, where's the dome? Are we north of the dome, or?
You are southwest of the dome, pushed out a significant distance before the surge come to a stop.
Do we think that we?
You notice something that is disturbing the bark of the tree just to the north of you, that is overlooking the this like little canal itself. But to your eyes, there's nothing there. But something is moving the bark.
The bark is moving? Okay. So we're still treading water, right? Am I able just to pull myself up out of the canal?
Yeah. I mean, you could. It's just like the side of a like an Olympic pool. It's especially since the surge just kind of happened. The water level is high, so you're kind of up against the kind of up pretty close to the top.
Pull myself up, and then shout in the direction of said tree, and say, "What goes there?" In an intimidation voice. I mean, I'm trying to intimidate it. All right. Boom.
I try to look where he's looking and also get out and start heading that direction as quickly as I can.
Okay. First off, can you see the map? Is it black?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure,
No.
because sometimes it.
Parts of it are. No.
Okay, so you can see the map. Then, what I would say then is there, like once you start looking at that direction, you can see, kind of how at the top of a really hot asphalt road there is this, like the air temperature wavy, like wispy bits that come off of the road just due to the extreme temperature differential. For a moment, you can see something like that emanating outward from something with some kind of form that's clinging to the side of that tree.
As soon as I see that, I cast spell magic in that location.
Dispel magic. Okay.
Do you need hands to do that? Can you do that while you're treading water?
Let me see. 1 second here. Let me just make sure what the. Roll an Arcana check, Catherine. You notice that like you've got just enough of sight and sense to know where to aim target this spell. You know that it took effect, and that like it didn't seem to have an effect. The thing that is what seems magical must be natural or somehow overriding what you're trying to do.
One of these days, before the campaign ends and before my character dies, I wanted to spell something. I just
Well, you kind of did last time, right? With the elephant.
Yeah.
You did dispel several magical effects. It made it not kill somebody.
I remember being not the NPC wizard, but the person in the group, and we had our little invisibility thing up, and he just hand waved it away, and it looked so badass. And I want to be that badass someday. Anyway, I'm just kind of getting out of the water here.
To kind of enact some kind of order to things, why don't we all roll initiative?
I'm not last. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Not
shit.
last.
Malsock's first.
Oh god, that's bad. I'm gonna roll barbarian next, I think. No, a paladin.
My, how the tables have turned.
Okay, Balasar, it's up to you. Win this thing.
Well, we don't even know what it is yet. What if it's good? What if it wants to help us?
Yeah, the good thing that stole it and trapped us in there and left us to die heat death.
We're not trapped in there. We're outside.
It's a hidden wispy creature.
Not so hidden now.
Red shirt 1 and 2.
But the thing I tried to dispel was by the tree, right? I was thinking it was by the bark. Maybe I was wrong.
It was the bark on the tree that it used to climb out of the water, to the north.
Oh, okay.
Not the tree that's fallen down in the north.
Oh, these other things are trees as well, right? I saw rocks in my head.
I saw rocks too.
I will.
makes
Yeah, I
so
was
much
definitely
more
imagining
sense.
rocks also. I was like, why are these rocks over the water? That's so weird.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
I had the same
Because the
thought.
water goes under the rock.
No, that's what
Hello?
I was thinking, that the water went under the rock, but I was like,
I
it's
will
a little weird.
summon my echo.
Get him! Get him!
Then get to share with me again.
So we can see this one because we know where it is, even though we technically can't see it.
You know where one of them is, but it is effectively still hidden. Yes, that one. That one you do know where it is.
Cement under the tree next to the thing. Oh, that is a bonus.
Can I,
It's not your turn.
okay.
But you are on deck.
It's like we don't really know what it is. I'm assuming since we've got fight music that it's inherently bad and wants to get us. But what if it doesn't? What if it was just following us?
What about that nice elephant that we were trying to tenderly and gingerly take?
Well,
Gingerly.
that was totally your fault.
My, have the tables turned. All right, Balazar. What do you?
I will take a reaction, an attack reaction, with me and my echo, and then what do you want with us? We've done nothing wrong yet.
Great.
What? That's honest and direct. All right.
Alright, well, I'm getting out of the water.
What do
Can't
you
accuse me of
mean
lying.
by an attack reaction? You mean you're like holding your? Do you mean
Yeah,
you're
I'm ready
holding
to
your
attack.
attack? Okay,
Just-
you're readying
yeah,
an attack. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. I'm ready to action.
Can I, I know I can't see the creature, but based on, like, I don't know, saying anything, can I discern whether its aura is hostile, that wants to kill us, eat us? I don't know.
I don't think that you've had enough ability to see it, to read it, to know other than that just kind of circumstances as presented. Like, I don't know that you would have any insight to the actual creature itself.
Okay.
It hasn't really, you haven't seen it do anything.
Gotcha. Alright. Uh... Can I just, well, okay. I don't know what to do.
Just kill it.
Just kill it?
It doesn't deserve to steal from us and hide in a tree and push us out with the geyser.
Alright. Well.
Phoop.
Shoot first, ask questions. Oh my god, I'm supposed to hit it. It's like invisible. Okay,
That's a pretty good shot.
I guess that hit.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely harder to do so because of its predator-like invisibility.
Boom.
Self-defense.
I cast Mage Armor.
Okay. The AC 3. Yep.
I just kind of. Did her arrow miss?
Nope.
No, it did look like it hit it, and like as it does, you kind of notice that even though it is substantive and semi-solid, like an actual form of some sort, it does seem to move about as though it is like something made from air itself.
Is the arrow, like, can we see the arrow still? Like, sticking out of it?
Yeah, I'd say you could.
I'm just with my detect magic still going. I'm just gonna stand by my brother and I'm just gonna like staring that way, seeing if I see like the magical keychain from that dude, his remote control. If I can like see that or any hints of that on this creature.
Sorry, one more time. Of the crystal.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, you do not see any. Yeah, nothing indicative of that at the moment.
Oh, that's my turn.
Is the gnome still with us? He's just not on the...
Oh, we lost him one.
Sort of. He is swept a little further down, but not that far. But he is still alive. You notice as the creature begins to move, you thought it like climbed the tree, and in all essence that's kind of what it looks like it did, but then you can see this form blur and move as though it hovers in the air, and it begins to very quickly, I might add, kind of wisp its way through the air. And goes to attack Balazar from above. You had a reaction type thing
Yep.
readied, so what
Attack.
would... Yep.
Brutus, you're rubbing off us. Stop it.
I'm probably
Alright.
what?
Well, I missed, so...
Oh yeah, okay.
Ow! He slams me. Okay.
Oof.
Two. Son of a beach.
Who?
I should have known. I
Ouch.
should have known something like this when he was like, "Well, you see that one." Oof. Uh-oh. Kicking your ass. All right.
That hurt.
I'm moving here. Can I get there?
Yep. Pretty
And-
easily.
Okay. Yeah. And then I'm gonna I'm gonna attack the one that's I mean, that he's targeted. Did I do that right?
You're flanking it, right? Or does that not
Yes,
count?
target hidden with speaker. Yes, yeah, you've targeted it, and it is
Okay.
flanked.
And I'm going to pull out all my monthly, I don't know, attacks on the wind here. Let's see. I have to find the right tab. Actions.
Does it? Is it advantage when it's flanking? Is that right?
Do I have to click disadvantage or anything like that, or
Or advantage?
because other people have been rolling twice, and I don't know if I have to do that on myself.
It is invisible, and that's why it is effectively constantly invisible, which is why they've been rolling at disadvantage. So you have to hit advantage, and then it'll roll straight up as a result.
Okay, I click advantage, and then it was gonna roll straight.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to roll. Doesn't matter, I don't think, because both of those were misses. And now I click advantage.
What was it? Was it dropped to 7? Let me see what the AC is real quick. Yes. Yes.
And then this is my last attack. And with this one, I'm going to expend a key point to try to stun it.
Okay. And so just hit the stunning strike. There should be like a DC thing to roll.
Con.
Force it to roll con. On this one, it does succeed.
Okay.
It is not stunned. Your it's like when we leveled up the last time. I think is when you got some magical effects
Yeah, I think
to your
all
punches.
of my. Yeah, they are.
And you feel like that, even though as you're punching through air, and you don't think that is supposed to be effective in the same way that laden with your key energy, these strikes seem to be landing solid.
Excellent.
It does not have advantage on me, by the way.
Why is that?
Because I can see invisible.
How do you see invisible?
Blind fighting. Within 10 feet.
Hell yeah.
Unless it's rolled a stealth check on me.
Yeah, I think Jakar wanted to take that talent when the book came out.
Ooh.
I forgot about it until I looked up and saw like, why did it have advantage on me? Oh yeah, because it's invisible.
Well, you just got it recently.
Yeah.
Yes. You can see an invisible creature within that range. Unless it successfully hides. Okay, so it does have to... well, it's not actually hiding, because that's not its normal, natural thing to do. So it's not trying to go hide... Yeah, so let me then... how do I override that?
It's still missed. Yeah, you just can't cancel it.
I can just do the disadvantage, so that it does this. And it misses. Okay, cool. I'd totally forgotten you get the blind fighting. That's a fighting style, right?
Yep.
And then the echo isn't actually a thing. You have to command the echo. So.
Yep.
Okay, let's see here. 1 or 2. Okay, so I'm gonna actually switch targets to the thing that heard it. right. And then y'all four go in a row. Brutus and Athena. Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna aim one, I guess. I forgot to hit the thing, but it doesn't matter. I hit.
Yeah, with the yep, 17, 18.
I'm rolling great on damage. That's one.
No
Okay,
whammies.
clicking advantage again. Here we go.
You do get the sense that they are relatively hardy, despite being wispy air.
Right.
You're making solid contacts, and it does seem to react to that, to the individual blows, but it is strong.
Okay, that was my second attack. I'm gonna spend a key point on that one and try the stun.
Okay. Barely. Yep. Barely
Okay.
pass.
Okay.
The
This is in my. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just wanted to double check because I think you actually have.
I have another attack. I think
You have 3 attacks, yes, without
Yeah, yeah.
spending a key point for the
Correct.
flurry of blows at this way. Yeah, so it's 2 regular attacks and then your.
And I fucked it up again. Doesn't matter, apparently.
14 or 16 plus. Yeah, neither one would have. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered either way. Yeah, so.
And I'm gonna try a key point for this stun one more time.
Okay. Yeah. Ooh, now it fails. So now this one is stunned. Till the end of your next turn, or the end of its turn, whichever happens first. So you need to apply the stunned condition to it.
I forget how to do that, Drad. I'm sorry. I'm looking at effects. And I search for stun, right? Unyielding. No, I'm doing it wrong.
I think it's already built into your under your stunning strike, like where you roll the DC. I think it's right below there.
Oh, I just drag that effect to number 4.
Yeah.
Did that work?
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
Okay. You're muted.
Right. Okay.
So it did get all up in your business. Although it has now turned to attack Brutus, and now it seems to be unmoving, although still like the Predator stealth. Like you can kind of see its outline, its form, but you can't see it, so to speak.
So since I can't see it, would I be able to do like an insightful fighting check or not?
I think at this point you can, yes.
Okay. Still check.
You've been able to gauge at least enough of how it moves and that kind of thing, which I think is kind of where the idea behind the insightful fighting is how does it move, how does it react when it gets hit, those kind of things, what are its weak points. Let me see. That would be
Contested
versus
by the
its
deception.
Yeah. Don't believe it can beat that. No, it cannot. So it fails. So you are fully within insight of what kind of the pros and cons and the weak points and those kinds of things.
And so I have my bow out. To switch weapons, that's an action, right?
You can drop something for free. You can draw or sheath something as a part of the built into your movement action. You don't have to move in order to do that, but it's just built into the action economy as a part of movement.
But only one or the other.
But only one or the other. Yep, you get one for free. And then any beyond the 1, you need either a special feature or you need to use an action to do it. Also, you had that new fancy bow too, didn't you? Like,
Yeah, I think I'll just shoot it.
I was trying to think. Did we do the cold dam or the?
It's tuned, I think.
I meant like when you shot it when it was near the tree. I was wondering if we
Oh.
ever. I don't know if we did it special effect, but it's okay. We can. I also wonder now if we actually built it.
I don't remember.
No, I think we were supposed to add a. Well, let me open this real quick. Let's see if we can do this pretty
An
quickly.
extra 1d6 cold damage.
Yeah, which I think we do just like this. I think we make it like the sneak attack. Let me do this real quick. Is it 1d6?
Yeah, it said 1d6 cold damage.
Okay, I think that works. We'll see if that works.
Alright, so advantage.
So be careful because you have let's see, it'd be disadvantage because you're in melee, but it's already disadvantage because it's invisible, so it's still advantage, disadvantage. Yep. And it's stunned. Yeah, it still has all the things.
Okay. What did I miss? So
But it all cancels. Yeah, all disadvantages and all advantages, no matter how many. Like, there's no. It's not like a scale. Like, if I have 2 advantages and 1 disadvantage, I have more advantages, so I have advantage. If you have any advantages, you have any disadvantages, they cancel each other out.
Right. I was just turning on advantage because of the flanking, but I guess it automatically already did it because it was stunned.
Correct. Yeah, it would have done it either way.
So.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yep.
So as I guess I kind of want to move. Well, it's stunned, right? So can't react.
Yes, that is correct.
Alright, so I'm actually gonna move, like, I'm assuming that the trunk of the tree is, like, I don't know, there-ish?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe, yeah.
Or, I'm on the other side of the trunk of the tree.
Yep, that'll do just
okay.
fine. Mm-hmm.
Alright.
The And it's still invisible? No.
To everyone but you, yes.
Okay.
And only because it's within the 10-foot.
Huzzah!
Oh.
Seriously.
Oh, well,
Yeah, because Great Weapon Fighter, it re-rolled the ones.
yep. Yep.
I swing, I slash. My weapon collides.
Oh.
Mm.
You're literally swiping at air, so.
Let's see. Can't that be level 11?
Do you have anything bonus action to do?
Ha! Then I use my Unleashed Incarnation to attack again.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, bring the echo over. Yep.
Huzzah! Huzzah!
Oh, you got it. Yep.
Arc.
Yeah, you also, like, feel like you're able to do significant damage with this new giant greatsword, and it feels like, even though you're cutting through air, it is still somehow properly damaging this air elemental like creature. But you do also feel that it is quite hardy.
Then I will action surge.
Oh yes, you can do that.
Yep. It's good. I want it to die.
Ooh, natural 20.
Oh, yes. But so actually, does it give me 2 attacks, or is it just 1 attack?
Yeah, you get another attack
refresh.
action, which is however many attacks your attack action has. Ooh.
Oh, if I could crit on 19s. Ugh. Attack.
Yeah, you feel like that flurry of blows that you yourself are undertaking was significantly effective.
The lack of resistance is allowing me to swing very quickly.
All I can think of is the Robin Hood Men in Tights when Blinken is attacking the wooden post.
That was a good.
And everyone else is over here watching me just swing at air.
Yeah, it just turning the wooden post into sawdust.
And this
in lightning speed.
That's one of my favorite scenes.
and then I will use another unleash incarnation.
Is that another bonus action? Because you don't get another bonus action.
It's not a bonus action.
Oh, is it not?
Nope. Whenever you take an attack action, you can take 1 additional melee attack to the number of my Constitution modifier.
Constitution modifier per day, per rest, per
long rest.
Yeah, per long rest.
Yep. So I have 3. Aha. And because I reset my attack action, I get to do it again. Woo!
Yes, because you are, by action surging, you are actually getting another attack action. So yes, that works.
Another swing! Yes! Die already!
You, you continue.
I'm not dying!
You can see that the form that is like a coalesced version of this air from the air elementals seems to be lacking a significant amount of its substance. It is like wisping in, like starting to pull itself apart almost.
So these things, as far as I can tell, are in the air, right? Attacking down, or are they on the same level?
The one on top of Balazar is somewhat elevated. The other one seems to be kind of relatively on the ground, but they do seem to be floating, hovering, to some extent.
That's unfortunate.
And finally, Cosm's turn. 6 swings later.
So I still can't see him, right?
I kind of glanced around. Did anybody else know that Balasar could do that?
They are, from a game mechanic perspective, invisible, but it's like predator invisibility. Like, so you kind of know where they are, even though you can't see them.
I just hold a firebolt until I can see one of them.
Well, I mean, you can target them, from that perspective. If that's what you, I mean, if that's what you mean.
All right. Let's do this. Oh, that works. Okay, so now
all kinds of goodness.
Yeah.
Sneak
What
attack
happens in
and
this case?
ice.
Holy shit!
Oh wait.
So you
did I
got to do
that?
you got to put the effect part,
Okay, I got it.
and then
And
do the same thing for
that.
the ice. Yep.
And then roll.
What the? You win at dice rolling. Holy shit!
Let me see. It didn't. Did it not do the? One second. One second. That's not even with the. That's not even with the cold damage. Okay, one second.
Well, it is, isn't it? I
No, it's the weapon damage
No.
plus the 3d6 sneak attack. It doesn't have. That's doubled. It does not have the d6 cold damage. So the way
you're
I
just
coded
doing
it.
piercing magical.
Yeah, the coding that I did for that did not work. So roll 2d6 on just extra to see how much cold damage on top of that. So another 6. So that's 41 damage in a single hit.
I'm like, whoopah! 4 damage. Whoopah! 3. Whoopah! Whizzing, super cold arrow goes by.
The air, the frigidness of the cold arrow itself that it impacts, you can kind of see that the air itself like slows down and begins to develop like this frost aspect to it, where you can actually see for a moment, that like even more of its form that isn't just this wispy air kind of thing as it coalesces from the sheer cold of the strike.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a lot of dice.
Yeah, advantaged it. 2 crits. 2 crits.
Firebolt.
I I want. Sorry, I want to do one more thing with that.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me look what it's called. 'Cause it's no.
I was like, like I said, technically you could see it from before, so you could choose to release your readied one before your turn. Like maybe even off the trigger of her being able to see, like when it becomes nearly visible because it's like frozen air for a moment. If you want to use that as kind of like your trigger, you could have done that and then use your turn to do something separate.
Oh, so this one's flying above him a little bit. This one was right. The one by
Up,
Wolfen.
the one, yes, the one over Balasar is kind of above. Yep.
When he gets hit with a spell, he just starts to feel the ground pull towards him, and I'm moving him 5 feet down, so he's on an even kill with Balasar. Gravity well.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, wait, gravity. Does that do damage to them if they were to impact the ground, or if they're like, how does that?
Not yet. I think eventually, but this one not yet. But anytime I hit with a spell or something like that, I can move something 5 feet. So I just bring him down. So now he's
Okay,
like
okay.
sees Balasar looking him in the eye. And now I'm done. Sorry about that.
Okay, yeah, that's good. All right, Brutus.
Oof.
It
That's
is
close.
stunned until the end of your turn. Oh.
This guy doesn't want to die.
Both of these quite hardy creatures seem to be ragged in their substance and form.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to spend another key point here and do the flurry of blows to get that one last attack.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, not a one.
Well, I love rolling ones. I tried.
Oh, this one missed. 17. Like that ring of protection.
Hell yeah. Mm.
Alright, so this one does not have advantage. Ooh, and a natural one from them. Alright, Blinken.
It's Abe. It's Abe to you.
Abe Lincoln?
Attack! Whew. Yay! Wait a minute. Seriously. 3.
Yep.
Did that leave a bloodstain there?
Yeah, the air left a blood stain.
Well, no, that's a new thing. Fantasy Grounds, I don't think ever left bloodstains where
Oh.
the deaths were.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's...
showing a corpse. That's cool.
Or there just happened to be a little bushel of roses there that he was over the whole time.
No, that's
don't
a
remember.
bloodstain.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that before.
That's Thena's blood.
That's cool.
So the other one is the other one's still alive, right?
Correct. Yes.
Oh,
Jack
what's
and Bruce.
Belisar fighting, or what's my boy Brutus fighting over here? Oh, I see it! Attack! Oh, whoops. It still hit. Doesn't matter.
They both had like
Seeds hit points by 10. Hell yeah.
They both had less than 10 hit points left.
Oh, I killed 2 of them, guys. You see that?
I'm impressed. That was some fancy sword work.
Killed 2 of them. 2-0. You guys are losing. Last his count.
Yeah, this that's got to be a fantasy ground new thing. That's cool.
Thank you, my
I like
friend.
that.
Thank you.
I had the coolest thing planned. Well, I thought they were both in the air, but there's no way I could have done it without hitting you. That's why I was so disappointed.
I was gonna breathe lightning at the tree.
Why? Oh,
When you
never
left
mind.
The tree.
When
Okay,
this one falls, from inside of its body, the crystal that belongs to
Oh, thank God. Because they could have just been innocent bystanders.
Down for a walk in the park and suddenly
got him. The crystal falls to the ground as the
Grab that, brother.
It's only been a few
caught it.
seconds, but the gnome's kind of paddled his way over, and then
Yeah, he's gonna
now-
see that we have it. Did he even see us fighting? with blinking over there so fast. We're just like, oh, there's the crystal, you know. No, we killed something. Where, you know?
The bloodstains!
Yeah,
Look at the bloodstains!
When he arrives, Carlisle says, huh? Invisible stalkers. I haven't seen these in a while.
As a pun.
Blindsided.
These must be summoned by someone from the consortium, either out to get us, out to frame us.
Why? What do they want? What's their
Well-
motives?
Well, this makes sense why we didn't see anybody trailing us.
So, why did you come to the Life Dome? Was it just for the tour?
I glance around at the rest of the party with a questioning look like, wait, is this guy... He doesn't know why we were coming? Without really saying anything. 'Cause we were supposed to investigate to find another entrance, but it doesn't seem to be an entrance, at least what we've seen so far.
Well, yeah, just for the tour. Curious minds and all.
Just
Brutus,
all the
after he
ins
says
and
that,
outs.
Brutus turns away and shakes his head. He can't keep a straight face because he's a bad liar, and so...
Another entrance. And what prompted you to look or think that such a thing existed?
Where the breadcrumbs. That's where the breadcrumbs led.
Interesting. In order to send you on a mission, the Allegiance at least would have had to have some kind of, I don't want to say confirmation, but some kind of approval from within.
Can we investigate maybe more carefully inside now?
Oh, you're welcome. We can go back to look around. Hopefully there's no more of these things lurking about. What do you know of these things?
Do
This
I
is a
know
pro-
anything of these things? Can I maybe do an Arcana check?
Yeah, go ahead.
History check or
Yeah, I think
Okay.
Arcana would be pretty good on this.
okay.
15. So, like, these air elementals are, in, like, some ways, like, how some necromancers might use particular types of undead that are given a mission that their only objective in life or unlife is to complete this particular objective, usually malicious towards a particular target. These air elementals, while a different school of magic, um, somehow related to that same thing.
I share that with the group. They were sent, these beings, under control of someone else, something else.
After us, you think, or after?
Carlisle. Doesn't seem like Carlisle was the target.
Well, getting the control thing, I suppose having control of the dome would give you a whole lot of power here.
Unless it was just a way to get to us. Because I
Possibly.
assume they could have gotten it at any point in time. The fact that they got it when we were there coincidentally points to maybe having to do with us. If you believe in coincidences.
Not much,
Which-
not lately.
Some of us might not.
Have you ever had any other attacks? Are there any other factions who? Is this a contested area? Asked Carla.
Ooh, contested area? No, not blatantly, not in the open. The consortium works obviously counter to several of our major objectives, but not so brazenly, not so directly. That isn't for a major faction such as that. That is not only faux pas, but also too obvious, too visible. The delicate balance is maintained due to threat. But perhaps one of the minor factions. As of late, the Sentinels of Memory have come into some prominence. Those damned fanatics. They don't see the wonder that could exist from below. But perhaps they think that it is some sort of ancient prison, sealing away extreme dangers, and must be kept safe.
Interesting idea.
Sentinels of Memory. Have we heard of them before?
No. When run down on the major questions that you'd asked about some of the factions and some of the information kind of shared at the beginning was really mostly about those major factions, the Cobalt Soul and the Consortium, and then the Allegiance. There are several other minor factions, which you knew to be like the Hands of Ord, which are kind of like the peacekeepers. But there are several others, some minor factions that are trying to, make some kind of play for one thing or another in the city, and this must be one of them.
So we heard about this other. This is kind of like an aside, not really part of the conversation. We heard about the other entrance two different ways because it was confirmed by the Allegiance to us, but we already knew about it before that. But it did give us information that the Allegiance weren't the ones behind the second entrance, which we had originally thought might be the case.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, the Allegiance are the main archivists and archaeologists that have been in charge of the main entrance into Karamaro and are in charge of the excavations and the careful cataloging of all the things removed and what they're finding there. So the Allegiance has been in control of the main entrance, and there has been some knowledge or thought that there is a secondary entrance in. The Cobalt Soul question is the one that said that kind of alluded that there was another way past their eyes that the library could somehow slip you in to investigate yourselves, but she didn't say where. or how or any of that. And like the kind of the mission as is speaking, it wasn't so much explicitly like a second entrance that you were looking for, but just to see if there was a hidden one here that maybe, you know, maybe some like perhaps some suspicion that it was related to Carla, or that something that he wasn't even aware of, that somehow there had been either something opened or been kept secret as another way in through the dome.
Okay.
But at least on your initial inspection, didn't seem like that was possible. It seemed like that was made up fluff for some reason or another. To what purpose? We don't know.
Well, should we go back and look around the dome a little bit more and see if we can
Well, it sounds
see
like
anything else
I
useful, or
or do we feel like also that? I mean, I think you just gave it to us, but it seems like that was fluff, and that we're on the wrong track here, maybe.
It seems like you were the rumor mill was an intentional deception.
Okay.
Why or how? What machinations are is at large here? And why did someone try to steal the crystal? And why did someone summon invisible stalkers? Which you like. Not just are these often assassins or these kinds of things. This is summoning of these things is no minor task. This isn't the whimsy of some even reasonably moderately powerful mage. This had to come from someone or a collective of someone's of considerable strength.
Hmm.
what next?
Well, do we
Boys.
think that do we have reason to believe that the Hobbit was associated? I mean, was he not who
I
we
mean,
thought he was?
Okay, well, let's. I mean, maybe we should save this discussion for the end, and
Okay.
go back to the end and
We could probably
figure out
like
where we want to go next.
eat and
you
take a
know.
short rest because we've got a couple
Oh
people
yeah, we
who've
do need
taken
to
some
take a rest. So,
Yeah.
all right. Well, let's go gather ourselves.
Yeah. Let's go get some food, maybe sleep for the night, and discuss what we want to, kind of do as our next step.
Okay, I'm with you.
And let's not walk.
Fair enough.
Bit ragged feeling now after just to an extent pretty blooded. A couple of you.
Yep.
So it is.
I forget. This is kind of like I was noticing like the attack that they were doing was called Slam. Since they were like coming from above me, where were they actually like just smacking me in the face, or like slamming their body into my back?
I mean, yeah, effectively, it's a little bit of both. So it's like the run white joke. Because it's like it's not that the wind is blowing; it's what the wind is blowing, and the force of that air bludgeoning you to an extent. But it isn't like a punch, like a single solitary piece. They are themselves a reasonably large wind elemental, and they're hitting you with their whole tornado, not just
So
like a fist.
would they have like effectively? Should they have taken damage from my dagger cloak?
That's a good question. Perhaps.
Barbed cloak.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was just when they grapple, or if it was uh, like some level of thematically that might make sense. But the,
It says grappling or shoving attacks. But that's why I was wondering, is it like a...
yeah, from a game mechanics, technically, their attacks are neither one of those. But thematically, obviously, that's kind of what they're doing. But
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, in the that might have been something that should have been in play there. Even though we didn't, I definitely didn't think of it. So
Yeah. I was thinking more of like, I don't know, like they're smacking my head around, but yeah, I don't know.
yeah, like if someone punches you in the face, you're like,
Right, my
yeah.
cloak's not gonna do anything. But then that's why I was asking, like, what exactly that meant, I guess. So. All right. Well, I'll pay for the cab on the way back.
That's, I mean, sure.
Was it 5 silver?
Yep, 5 silver, and then we return back to the inn, in which we can take a short rest, and then confer what our plan is. And with that short rest, let's take ourselves a quick rest, and come back here in a little bit to pick up after, so you can talk about what you want to talk about during said rest.
Okay. That's good.
What time you want us back, boss?
Let's do 20 after. I'm gonna make a sandwich real quick. Just grab a bite to eat something. So
Hell yeah.
let's do 20 after, and I'll see you then.
Sounds good.
Okay. Yep. And we are back.
So when I was writing Sentinel of Memory, and I realized I didn't know how to actually spell Sentinel, and I kept trying to get my little squiggly thing to go away. I may have missed a couple details. So since we're in the here, explain to Kazran why we feel just what you were talking about, like why we think maybe this was a mislead. What did we learn that made us think that?
Well, we initially heard about there being like a secondary / secret way around into this city from the guys in the bar.
I think there is a secret way, but this wasn't it. So maybe we just had a bad lead.
But hang on. But those guys seemed, if I'm recalling correctly, and maybe actually I should just look for it. Those guys seem to indicate that the Allegiance were the ones responsible. The Allegiance are trying to keep it a secret. So the Allegiance, according to the rumor mill, the Allegiance were the ones holding this, or I don't know, keeping secret the secondary entrance, but the consortium knew about it. But we're working for the Allegiance, and they don't know about it. And they want us to the River District to see if there was another entrance here.
But then we go back to the thing, like, was the little hobbit a representative of them, or were we misled? Okay.
Well, no, he's the secretary of the Allegiance, right?
Okay,
Which I
okay.
assume is some level.
Well, we just don't know. I mean,
Right. So it seems to indicate that what we overheard was that the Allegiance had found a secondary entrance, but according to the Allegiance, they don't have a secondary entrance, and they have heard rumors that there is one, and they want us to find it.
Inside job.
So there's like, we don't know.
As far as the Hobbit goes, you were given, like when you turned in the last quest, so to speak, at the gatekeep, he gave you the coin from the professor.
Oh, he was the one that gave us the coin.
He's the one that gave you it was part of the money and other package given to you from the professor for completing the first job, which was to secure the enchanted marble elephant. And it was the next morning that the the halfling hobbit contacted you through that coin, and he said he was the professor's assistant, and then he came to get you directly.
Okay. So we have reason to believe that that's not a bit of fakery or something. Sorry, I did misremembered. Okay.
Yeah, and when unless he was very good at being deceptive, when he came, you had there was some level of scrutiny that took place, and he seemed, aside from being out of shape, also not being deceptive.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
So
maybe they have another lead. I mean, maybe it's not for us to decide, but maybe they have like, okay, we checked here. Now let's check someplace else. So maybe we
Well,
check in with them.
did we? I mean, did we feel that we saw everything before the in the dome before the water hit us?
Well, we didn't go in deep in the water. We didn't like swim down or look around or anything. But I mean, I got the impression that that wasn't needed.
I
the
did
the
imply that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because he talked about how the clear we could see to the bottom and all
Mhm.
that jazz.
Yeah, because it was like dome, vegetation around the edge, kind of open blank space, lake with crystal bridges to the center, and there was nowhere else to look. Like, there's really nowhere else to look, I guess.
Yeah, I just thought about like under like if you swam down, if there was like a lip or something could be under. No, that was my only thought, but
And I know I was a bit overwhelmed with the detect magic, but I guess I didn't see any fissures or anything that.
No, it definitely looked very specifically like, that silty, sandy bottom was solid and smooth and made almost a perfect bowl. Which in and of itself is weird that there's geysers, because there's no hole for there to be geysers.
yeah, that is weird. It's like, although I guess if you take like a sponge and then you take like the sink, like faucet, and you like push it against the sponge and you turn it on, you'll still get like a
Mm-hmm.
spray. It's just not as able to be aimed, I guess.
Right.
But that could also be magical too, right? That it's like kind of any water pushing through the sponge is sort of like targeted or aimed, whatever, with magical abilities. What is the continent that we're on?
Onkrell's on Marquette.
Marquette. Right. Okay, that's right.
And then, like, if Carlisle's to be believed, which you had no reason to not, was that the kind of like there is some kind of divine energy in that's the city below, that which is what fuels the power source for those, and then some of for the surges, and they can control, like, whatever they've built as both a marvel of both engineering and magic is able to somehow control that to an extent. But it was still, yeah, like, sourced from below, and one of the reasons why the water's so clear is because it is filtered through everything, as opposed to being, direct source of.
It's filtered through that sponge, essentially.
Yes, to some extent. Whereas, like, if it was a pond, there's a reason why ponds are that they don't. A pond can't really be clear in the same way that the ocean can, or
What do we know about the palace?
what do you mean? What like a little more pointed than that? What do you mean?
Okay. Like, is it
I mean, if I were an ancient,
wait, hang
Sorry.
on. Okay. So you know like how like how you go to England or Scotland or whatever, and like if you want to tour a castle, even if it's like still inhabited and like people live there full time, usually they have like part of the castle that like the housekeeper will like take you through the castle, and like you can still see it even though people live there, and it's like not weird, not like knocking on somebody else's house here and be like, oh,
Right.
can we see the inside of your house? It's like that would be weird and creepy. But like, is the palace like, is any part of it open to public access, or is it like you can't get past the outer walls, like non-accessible or whatever, anything
Yeah,
like that?
there are effectively like 3 or 4, maybe 4 layers, depending on how you think about it. There are like 4 layers of an onion as to what is accessible by the palace. There is a purely public kind of outer shell of accessibility, both to the district as well as the palace itself. And then there is a I don't want to say like higher order citizen, but citizen specific, and maybe some more import. And then there are actual political figures and other things that can kind of get to another layer, and then there is an inner layer that no one goes to. And Jaman Saord, which is the ruler of the city, that's kind of his personal place, and no one has seen him in a long time, but he is still somehow dictating from within.
Yeah, let's go check out the palace, guys.
To the palace. Do, 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 do.
Should we not report back what we've found so far?
I mean, we could go ask the professor, go tell him that we didn't find anything in the dome, and then we could ask him if he can get us in a higher level of the palace, because he probably has some political mumbo jumbo sway and could get us to that 3rd tier of whatever, so that we could explore more of the palace. But the fact that, I mean, possibly this is completely coincidental, but the fact that the 3rd prayer was in the temple of Coralon, the Archheart, and it's Cerulean Palace, like, if you think about names that get passed down, they do just get tweaked a little bit. And like Cerulean, Coralon, seems a little fishy. I don't know. That's my best guess. I feel like the palace is an important feature.
Well, it's certainly central.
I mean, we could go. We could go talk to the professor first and see if he can get us in the palace before we go to the palace. But I still feel like that's
Probably
a key
not the
element.
worst plan. Yeah. You should probably go talk to the professor first. You just want to show up and be like, hey, can we get a tour of the White House?
I mean, people do that all the time.
You can deny it all the time.
You just have to pay a little coin to go
You
for a
have-
tour. Alright, well. I'm assuming it's like afternoonish, mid-afternoon.
Yeah,
After our
it
rest.
wouldn't have been actually in it, because it was super early when y'all kind of left, and despite it being an ordeal, and
It only lasted a few seconds.
well, I mean, even still, like the tour and walking over and looking around, like even if that was like a whole hour ordeal, which it didn't seem like it would be that long even. It's still, yeah, by the time you come back and have lunch effectively, you're just barely afternoon, I'd say.
Okay, so like 1 p.m. ish.
Yeah.
All right, let's You guys want to hoof it or get a cab to the professor, or do you want to just? We have the coin thingy. We could just buzz him. Right? We
could
still
try
have the coin
buzzing him
thing?
first.
I
Or did the
think.
fat guy take the coin back?
Do we
when he
know where
couldn't
the
hook it?
official entrance is? I mean,
To the palace or to?
no, to the.
I'm assuming it's the big hole in the ground with stairs
Okay,
around the outside.
fair enough.
In the Sigil District.
Yeah.
Yeah, the main archivists, and then again the Allegiance controls all of the archival expeditions and access and all of that. They've been given either through some kind of royal decree or contract or something. They've been kind of given charge of the
Which
archaeological excavation.
that's also fairly close to the palace, so also not a bad indication.
Yeah, and then because you want to go down there, right? And there were kind of each of the different factions had a way, so to speak, to try to get you down there if you joined them. And the Allegiance has the most direct way, since they control it, and their researchers, their members, are allowed. It's all logged and all of that kind of thing, but to embark in expeditions there.
Well, and also wasn't the Cobalt Soul way down there because they worked with the Allegiance? Like, if we joined the Cobalt Soul, then they would get us in, like, with the Allegiance?
That was
Wasn't
one
that their
possible
way?
or question alluded specifically to a less announced way as well.
Okay. But we don't really, because we failed with their mission, we don't know anything more about that other than her.
Correct. Yeah, she was
Gotcha,
not
gotcha.
willing to. She wanted. You could tell that she wanted to tell you more, and she knew more, but she couldn't tell you more until you were members.
Or until one of us sleeps with her, maybe.
Yeah, or
Oh, come
something
on.
Balthar,
You had
Get
one
on
job.
get on that flirting line.
Flirting.
Yeah, you got her pager, dude. You gotta use that.
Alright, so I guess first step, let's go see the professor. Oh yeah, that was my question. Did we have the pager
Yes,
for
you
the
do have
professor's assistant? But he didn't really want us to use it because he couldn't make it work.
He had, yeah, he, for whatever reason, it either wasn't working, or
Yeah, I think he just fucked it up.
or
Yeah.
either his incompetence or his, in some way it was not functional that day.
Alright, so let's start with that. Let's try to send a 25-word message to the professor requesting that he meet us somewhere.
Well, this is still the same day, right? So, you wouldn't be able to use it again today.
Oh,
Wah wah.
Well, it didn't really work, but it was.
used.
It was used.
Okay. That's true. Alright, let's go walk or ride to the professor or to the Allegiance and see if we can talk to someone.
5 silver, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
To the Crystal Chateau in the Sigil District.
Hey.
And okay, so when we, you are going to take one of the carriages, so 5 silver, whoever's paying for that. and then you arrive at the main gates, just like before, with the gatehouses on either side of the main gates, as where the carriage drops you off.
Is the gate? Are the gates closed, or are we just can walk in? I can't remember.
They are. Yeah, you do have to go through the gatehouses and get in and gain entry. They are not unlike the other place where it was just a bunch of open archways. This is all the gated and restricted.
Well, we went to the right one first last time, so let's go back there because they should recognize us, assuming the same guys are on duty.
Yeah, and they welcome you and basically just ask you, what is the nature of your business?
We're looking for Professor Ulrich Wolfenstein. I can't remember his name.
Prolix.
I couldn't remember either, and I was just going with whatever you said. Until you went to Wolfenstein, I was like,
wait a minute.
Could you point us in a direction where we might find him?
Is he expecting you?
maybe not this
Not
very
exactly.
moment.
We don't have an appointment, but we do have a mission for. Wait, a mission? I don't know.
We have the results.
We have information for
Yeah,
him.
we have information.
Alright, just a moment. And then you can see that he gets up and he walks to like a little back room in the guard station, a little guard hut. And then just a few moments later, he comes back. Your access is granted. Right this way. He opens the gate and allows you to come through, and he kind of leads you to a small building off to the side of the main library, which is it's kind of like a private study. It's got its own little bitty library in it, and a bunch of it's almost like a little common room, like a study room with a bunch of tables and that kind of thing, and leads you in to where the professor is talking with another person over near one of the bookcases.
Are there chairs and stuff? I feel like we should just sit down until he's finished with this conversation and not interrupt him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you just there's a bunch of tables, almost like dining tables, if you will, that have chairs all around them. It does look like it is some kind of secondary common room, like where maybe students will come to study, that isn't the main library itself. And at the moment it is actually quite clear, except for the professor and the person he's talking to. But you'd have a seat, and it isn't very long at all where you go noticed, as it's kind of difficult for you not to be noticed. And you can kind of see turn his head and kind of looks over inquisitively and then concludes, you can kind of see that he quickly concludes the conversation he was having with the other person, who walks away, and then he comes and joins you at the table. Why, I didn't expect to see you here quite so soon. I take it you have news for me?
We seem to have hit a dead end on the exploration of the dome.
And what do you mean by dead end?
Well, we did have a run-in. Someone sent some... What do you call those things, Karazen?
Assassins?
Assassins.
Catherine?
I don't know, some kind of windy assassins. Anyway,
Pompous windbag assassins.
They
we
were. I elaborate further on that. They were summoned elemental under the control of someone else.
Oh dear.
But also during our inspection of the dome, it didn't seem like there's any possible way through it down.
I see. So the rumors, seem to be unfounded. Then I take it that there couldn't possibly be an entrance from the dome itself.
We don't think so.
I see. It's very unusual for the rumor mill to be churned in such a way to reach a level in which we need to investigate.
We were thinking that that there's maybe a possibility that it was purposefully fed, like a misdirection.
I see. That is troubling. And what leads you to believe that it was deception? What elements?
maybe
have
maybe
brought
that
this conclusion?
the assassins were there at the right
Waiting
time.
for us. The other thing is, the information that we've heard just seems to be a little bit contradictory. Like, as to who's controlling this secret entrance. If it's you, then it seems unlikely that you would ask us to investigate and find it. And if it's a different society or faction, then why would it be under Allegiance controlled property? Or it seems unlikely.
So you think this might be, this misdirection? To what end do you think its purpose may be? Why would they have us looking for something that we are relatively sure exists, but in a place that seems linked to us? When why would we need such a thing when we have full and direct access in the first place?
Possibly just to waste your time and resources looking in the wrong place.
Well, there's
Gives
clearly
them-
something else going on. There's
Yeah.
this whole corruption thing. Maybe they need to just buy time.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, it gives
Can
them
you-
time to get more of the Viridium out or something.
Can you get us in the city below? Can you allow us to get there? I just
No.
ask him directly.
Once you've been inducted as members, you would have steady and free access. Logged, of course, and perhaps with some supervision depending on the access you seek. But yes, that would be one of your direct benefits.
Well, in that case, I think, what is the next step for us? Since we feel like we've hit a dead end on our last part of the mission, what's next?
Well, your information is better than I'd hoped, to be honest. I mean, it is troubling, but the conclusions you've made and the evidence you've collected are compelling. It also seems that your capabilities in a dire situation would be an asset to us. I think I can vie with the headmaster for this accelerated path based on your accomplishments. It would still need approval, but I think you've made it in.
Much appreciated.
In the meantime, while we're waiting for, I assume, essentially the paperwork part of that, can you get us into the palace to tour it so we can see some of the sights of the city while we're here.
To an extent, yes. As you are not technically citizens, they normally have some restrictions on how far you might go, but I think that we could allow you to, under our banner, so to speak, get into what at least more of the general populace of note, at least, could get to. You might see what is there. Anything in particular you'd be looking for? Or just to behold the wonder that it is?
Sort of just piques my interest, this ancient ruler which no one has seen. It's curiosity.
I would like you to roll a deception check. Not that you're lying, but to maybe hide some of the thoughts that you're having at this point. Interesting enough, yes. I think there are many that might question the mysteries that belie upon our ruler. Effective as he may be, as long-lived as he may be, is still shrouded in mystery. I think it can be arranged. A tour at the least.
Sounds like a good plan.
Let's see.
No enthusiasm.
He's like, I did promise some payment for the completion of said task. Give me a moment. And then you see it kind of goes off into a little side room and comes back with a sack that has 300 gold pieces in it. And I will contact the headmaster, and let's see if we can't expedite this process. He should, or perhaps I, hopefully can reach out soon to finalize information about your membership. I do wish that the Legions had more recruits like you amongst our ranks, but I'm at least glad to have you.
Oh, thank you for your compliments.
So when should we expect to hear
Yeah, I was just looking at something here.
about either the tour or the membership?
I imagine I could have word at the gate for you tomorrow if you wanted to tour the palace grounds. They will have their own restrictions, I'm sure, but you could at least take in the architecture and the art and see what the palace has to offer in its structure. I doubt you'll find much in a fact-finding capacity, but who knows? You may surprise me yet.
And don't go getting us in trouble now. I'll just sort of slip by this roped off area. Let's look over here.
I mean, I can slip lots of places. I'm tiny. Balthar, on the other hand,
Yes.
he can pretend to be a stone column.
On my scales.
An armored statue, if you will.
Yeah.
Mental endurance at its finest.
And so with that, is there anything else you'd like to do or talk to the professor about before you kind of head back for the night?
Just one last question: if that was their only lead as far as alternative entrances.
Another question, too. Well, actually,
And maybe where did that information come from? Maybe that would be helpful, or maybe that can't be shared.
okay, do that part first.
Yeah.
And then I have a question.
As far as the rumor mill goes, its origin is still unknown, which is in itself interesting, because there's usually some sort of logged informant channels that, even when it approaches someone of note, to then be investigated and passed around those of us capable of authorizing such a mission, it would be normally presented by someone in a way that we would be able to determine some of the origins. But that doesn't seem to be the case of where this kind of happened to be. Now, as far as are there other entrances, there are those that we know about that aren't the main entrance. Some of which we know, although we sometimes pretend we don't, that some of those that we allow to use. And then we would very much like to know if there's others that we do not. It is worth investigating credible information, particularly if some other people have found ways in there to disturb. I will be the first to admit that dangers lurk below, both in lingering power left over from the calamity, as well as even in the artifacts, as you saw with our elephant. It was an item retrieved from the excavation site. A simple thing, of simple purpose, not even of great power, mind you, that in its influence from that place is different, and as a result has become dangerous. So it is important that we know who can get in and who can retrieve and what is retrieved.
Interesting. Are there maps of like Marquette's maps or books that we could perhaps look at that show or have Marquette's history, like blueprints from before current construction or whatever, stuff like that?
Items from pre-calamity, as far as the history and knowledge and the landscape? Is that what you mean?
I mean, not even necessarily pre-calamity, but just over time. Like, could even be the city, the first outline of the city that was built after calamity. And so like the changes of the city over time since whatever we have record of. Just to overlay
Yeah.
the maps.
There is, yes, significant records, particularly here in the Crystal Chateau, of the ways in which the city itself have changed. At
Would
least
we
post-calamity, that is.
would we be allowed to access them? Like, I don't know, for the afternoon?
I think it reasonable to assume, even without a formal membership, that that would be something within reason, scope, not something that we would even particularly guard from anyone doing research.
Kazran nods and kind of looks over, kind of saying, as if to say, is like, he would be interested in taking point on that.
There
Alright,
is
well.
a great extent to the library. And so if you would like to spend some time, looking for different sources and then going through them and seeing, what kind of things you can glean from them, like if you have like the more pointed of a thing you're trying to find, the more likely you are to find it. Assuming that it exists at
There,
all.
right.
I think she's looking for the thing in the city that has changed the least, the oldest
Yes.
things in the city.
Yeah, well, and also like the date of certain buildings. So like when the palace was constructed, I would probably start at like whatever the oldest record in the
Look for them
library for
blueprints.
like blueprint of the city. Yeah, that's what I mean. Blueprint of the city, and then compare it to like the map that we have now, and see like what what's the oldest structure or whatever. Yeah, that is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, we can. We could actually handle that one pretty easily. Is there anything before you go off to research in the main library? Is there anything else that anyone wanted to talk to the professor about?
See, we covered our fight for library access. We did cover our next objective completely, right?
I mean, we kind of have to wait for the either to be official members to go in like the main entrance, which he said he talked to the headmaster about, and then get back to us. And then the other thing was he would have a message at the palace in the morning that we could get a tour.
Okay, so we
So
can,
we're waiting essentially for that stuff.
I think that covers it.
Okay then. All right. So let's move off to the library then and try to investigate a little as to what's going on there. So, Kazran, you're gonna run point, and then Thena, you're gonna kind of really assist him with going through and doing the research. So you kind of have the choice in how you do this. Either you can each of you can roll an investigation roll, or you can give Kazran advantage on his.
Oh, interesting. Okay. It's
I have
essentially
a +8 in investigation. It's in.
Yeah, I have +4.
It's up to you.
What is my int? My int's 12.
20. I mean,
12 plus 4.
humble brag. Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you advantage. I think that seems like the better option.
$22. So, of note, you can kind of, based on what is all here, which is actually quite extensive, particularly since it's about the same city that they are in, and the archival of events and things that they are mostly responsible for across the history of Ank'Harel, is that it has been several hundred years that since this city kind of began, and it really, for a long time, was just an oasis in the desert. And so, kind of what you might expect from the area around the river district wasn't as built and didn't have canals and didn't have, this. It was just literally an oasis in a desert. But its volatile nature kind of really made it difficult at first to utilize much. And so this might be a place, before it was really officially a city, that was really more of like a sanctuary stopping point in the journeys across the desert. So traders would meet here, and that sort of thing, as a main crossroads in the desert. And then, basically 400-500 years ago, Jamon Sword, who is the ruler now, came and established an actual settlement here. And it began with a team of mages and researchers who developed the Life Dome. Okay, so the mages worked on the Life Dome while some rudimentary, like this is even before like the canals and everything else. This was just to service the immediate area, was just to create the dome and to harness the water, and to create an immediate settlement around the river district. And it was not long thereafter that large amounts of profit were able to be absorbed into the settlement due to the trade nature, and people could now, as the settlement existed, people could come here and it became a hub instead of just a crossroads. Instead of just a sanctuary spot, it became an actual place where the trading was conducted instead of just the throughput. And as profit soared immensely, it did not take long at all for the inner parts of the palace to begin being built. And then the city itself spiraled out around, from the palace. So there was, initial trading posts and settlements, but none of the original settlements exist, as most of all of that was tore down to build the canal networks. And then the palace was built at this particular place, as kind of the first major structure as before the city expanded. So there was, like I said, trade posts and all kinds of things to facilitate that, and people stopping by, and stables and little things, but nothing from the original of any of that still exists. Only the palace, and then everything else built around it. The Crystal Chateau was one of the next major things, and then it just sprawled from there. Each kind of district built as like rings on a tree, outward until it has reached the mountains on all sides.
Okay. Kaz,
No.
did you have anything else that you wanted to like kind of look for? So that pretty much answers my question, and makes me feel much stronger about the palace as a
Going into the inner part of the palace.
yeah.
Oldest spot in the land.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kazran would like to read everything.
We got to get this guy out of here.
I would just like to detect magic and see if there's any books that tingle a little bit more than other books if we got some time after our main research.
Tingly books.
Looking for those physiology books.
No, more like the anatomy books, I think. There are many magically enhanced implements throughout the main library itself. Everything from light sources and these kinds of things. But none of the books in the main part of the library, none, have magical elements to them.
You should have done that in the study.
Yeah, they keep their good stuff. This is just their, we're almost the public at this point.
Right. Yeah.
So hoping we might get lucky. I suppose you can pull me right away. Kazrin's been I don't know, more calmer while he's been in here.
Kaz, wanted to ask you, the dog and the bird your only options?
No, I have a handful of options.
What any that
What about a
swim?
fish?
Yeah.
Think so? I will have to look in my notes here real quick.
Because that might be a good way to explore discreetly. Or a frog.
Bat, cat, crab, frog, toad, hawk, lizard, octopus, owl, snake, fish. Yes. So
Yes.
There's a whole lot of things here. Yes.
Ooh.
Seahorse.
Do you need any extra like I don't know, like attunement or anything to
It's
switch
10
it?
gold worth of material. I think I bought 40 gold worth last time. I have to look at my notes. So I used one to turn them back into the pupper.
Dog, yeah. But like now, once you spin that initial, now you can do the raven or the dog at any point in time. Like
It's 10 gold each time I change them.
Oh.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Well,
Yeah.
we just got paid 300. I can.
I mean, the fishes doesn't have general use, Pull out
Yeah,
your
but I
fish.
mean,
I can. Yeah, but once I
Just
have
sitting
them,
on the shore.
Yes, I can summon that fish and watch him die every
Just like a little flopping
Just
around
a
Magikarp,
Yeah,
well, I mean, the octopus actually might be a better option.
Oh, octopus is pretty super cool, yeah. But
Because then it could actually like open things. Like if it finds a door, it can open stuff. I don't know. I don't know if it can do that actually.
Yeah, we have
actually,
some
in
options.
real life, yes, octopus are
Yeah.
actually
In real life, I wasn't sure if the familiar
insidious things.
Yeah, they are. They're really stupid smart. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I would really like to spend some more to get some of the materials just to have it.
Was there any place like, I mean, surely near the Allegiance, or even maybe the Allegiance has resources like that we could access? Like a
Yes, here in the given both your prominence now and just the nature of the size of the city, that sort of thing is, I don't want to say trivial, but abundant.
yeah. So whatever you need. But I think having an octopus handy for tomorrow when we go to the palace might be beneficial. Possibly.
Yeah, definitely. I can work on that. Assuming we're out of the library, because I would have lost the dog when we took the 7 points of damage. I think I summoned the dog back and immediately a wet dog who does a little shake thing to dry himself off.
Not in the library, yeah.
Yeah, not in the library.
Go from friends to enemies real fast.
Yeah, I assumed we were kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not preambling. Doesn't make sense, but sort of just kind of like, it's not that late. So just kind of like lazily walking back towards the inn, since we don't really have anything else to do.
Yep. It is a significant trek across the scope of the city. It would take it wouldn't be a 10-minute trip by any means, but yeah, you could easily lazily meander your way
I would
across.
like to. I mean, while we got the time to kill, it's just maybe kind of go the even longer way every now and then, just to try to scope out if anyone's following us.
You mean like north around the river?
Yeah,
River
yeah,
district?
just like yeah, just to see if anybody turns when.
Okay. So as you return, is this the intention is just to kind of slow walk back to the like
Yeah,
the
just
long way
enjoy
back to the
Yeah.
inn?
enjoy this, be a tourist, I
Scenery,
guess.
nice
Yeah.
weather.
Okay. Let's roll some actual active perception checks to see how you pick up being followed, like if you're being followed, or if there's any cause for concern or anything like that. Um, like on the way back, you wind a little bit, and particularly because since now that you're starting to get a little bit of a feel for the city and knowing that you want to get from point A to point B, your feature, so to speak, for your skill set of maneuvering around cities is kind of coming into play quite a bit here. As we can kind of cut through over here, and we can do this, and not have to go through the main roads, and then you can kind of do some switchbacks and a few other things. At least for now, you'd notice no suspicious activity. Not like the first days, not like in the first areas. So if someone is out looking for you, or following you, hunting you down, they don't have immediate knowledge of where you were or where you've been. You're pretty confident of that.
Well, Kazran having a good day about being at the library and feeling that no one's following us, everything. He's gonna suggest that we fucking find a really fucking good place to get a steak. Let's get some. Let's eat. Let's I don't know, spend a little money while it's quiet.
I mean, it's not a real steak, a salamander steak, but
No,
We don't ask.
Definitely,
We don't
it's
ask.
definitely a camel steak.
It's
Meat.
all about the flavor.
The camels are like they're horses. Like, they don't eat the horses.
That's right.
I was just trying to think what supernatural beasts are actually in the desert, in the D&D world that that they would be eating, like
Scorpions.
like some giant,
Scorpions?
some
Did you
giant
say
lizards.
scorpions?
Giant scorpions. Lizards.
Did that 300 go get distributed already?
It did indeed.
Yep.
Okay, I want to buy 3 more charges for my changing my pet, so I know I'll have some options.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. What? Any specific other materials you would like to buy while you're component shopping?
If we're out, I mean, I would ask for if there's some type of like scroll of water breathing that we could afford.
So if I didn't sell that,
Scroll of water breathing, or a scroll of like fish head, shark head.
Yes,
From
if
my
that's
Harry
an option.
Potter, Harry Potter spells.
Let's start with the water breathing and see what happens. Doing some freaky stuff.
What were the
we're gonna
four
leave the
things?
shop.
I
All
can't
of us
remember.
have these random horse head, those little horse head things you pull on. Why did we need these again? I don't know.
The rubber, the rubber.
The rubber horse heads. I'm not sure. Somebody thought this was a good idea somewhere.
It's to make you guys fit in better on the street.
Mhm.
Let me see real quick on what this does.
Shit. Cthulhu appears.
In all of his, the flying spaghetti monster, and all of his noodly appendages. Okay, so water breathing is level 3, and it's up to 10 willing creatures. Okay. Alright, let me roll these.
Is that like the rarity or like the possibility that we find it in this city?
Yeah, and then yes, that is.
And then
kinda
how
what
much
I'm-
it costs if
Yep.
it's there? Okay.
Yep, that's effectively what I'm looking at. And so this particular scroll, um, given that it is the desert, isn't commonly sought after, and so it's one of the kind of things that would sit around on a shelf. Someone trader brought it in. It has value, but kind of lingers. It's not something that people would just snatch up right away as even as like a luxury or as a thing of study, nearly as fast as many other useful magical enchantments and things might. And so you are able to find it, and you are able to find it for only 100 gold pieces if you wish to buy it. Which, knowing the cost of magical scrolls, that seems like a less than you would buy it on a different continent.
Y'all want to go 25 gold each in on that? If I got some time before we have to use it, I can learn this in my spell book and do it as a ritual, and then I'll be able to cast it whenever we want. Well,
Yeah.
it'll take 10
Hell
minutes, but
yeah.
whenever we want.
Yeah, 25 gold from me. Done.
Because I've had some paper
Investment.
for a while now that I haven't started using yet. All right, cool.
Yep, so it's yeah, so 25 gold apiece, and then to scribe it, what is the... It takes time, and then the special inks and paper.
I've been working on that paper the whole
Yeah,
campaign.
I was gonna say, yeah, you
I've
got some
I
of that,
overpaid
right?
for it in the last place we were at, but I have enough to do one thing.
For a level 3 spell.
Oh, let me look that up.
Is it's per spell level, I think, to do something. I always have to look at myself, to be honest. Luckily, I have an entire bookcase full of shit that tells me stuff. So
Well, it's 50 gold for each level of the spell, so no, I'm 100 gold short on that.
on the amount of paper you have,
Yeah, I have 50 gold worth of paper.
special inks and whatnot. Before, like I didn't say it before we went home or whatever. But obviously that's something that you knew you were going to look for. You found the scroll. If that's something that now that you know you need more of it, I would let you like maybe perhaps ask even while you're still at the
Yes, do you
the
have any
Crystal Chateau.
special paper inks?
Special paper. Paper. Waterworld. That's all I can think of. And it just says straight gold value, doesn't it, for
Yeah,
per
yeah.
spell level? So that's its value, not what you have to pay for it. So you got the raw end of the deal in the other place.
Yep.
But here in the Crystal Chateau, you can get it cheaper than its value. So for every 50 gold, it only costs you 35 for paper of that value.
Now, I can pay the whole 70 unless anybody. Well, are y'all still broke from y'all's last purchase?
I got 71. I can chip in on that. I still owe Wolfen gold.
Oh yeah, I got you out of jail too.
That's that too.
Yeah, just let me know what y'all can help out, and I'll subtract the rest.
How much was the jail
It's-
thing?
I don't even remember now.
What do you need now again?
70 gold. I mean, I have it, but I just want if y'all wanted to chip in a little.
How much gold do you have?
I have 127.
You know, being the wealthiest person in the party,
I mean, I know
How's
you're not
that
gonna
even
hold it against
possible?
us.
I could invest. How is that possible?
Yeah, you drink all of yours away.
No. Our tab was covered,
Oh,
lady.
that's true.
Yeah.
Open
Oh,
bar.
only on that-
Like,
Only
yeah.
on that. Only
Marva.
at that bar.
Yeah. We've only been in the other place for a night.
No, I mean the
Beer's cheap.
other continents.
Yeah, and beer's
There's
cheap.
more continents to drink on. But what you were
Yeah.
saying, brother.
There's your 70 gold.
Oh, too kind. Thank you.
How much do you have?
More than almost all of you combined.
Actually, it's not far from true. He hasn't
Wow.
spent it. Well, he hasn't had to buy anything because the one
Yeah, I've been bartering the whole time.
he traded the giant pelt for basically a
A
sword.
humongous sword, right?
Yeah.
That's true.
Which is
like-
really fast. That sword is really fast.
So 6 hours total is all I need if I'm reading this right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's easy because that's I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
a
After
long
our
rest.
big meal, I will pay for our big meal at a nice place, and then if we don't have anything else going for the night, I will just spend 6 hours going through. making
Okay.
this.
Yeah, and I think you're able to find a relatively fancy place for a good meal. It would be probably like 3 gold apiece, so 12 gold to cover the cost of the very fancy meal.
Yeah, you take Kazans
That
to a
paper
library.
seems hella expensive compared to a good steak.
It is special paper.
Yeah, the first time I tried to get paper, we essentially went to like an Office Max who had like 3 sheets of paper. Like, yeah, here, like, this is not what I need.
Yeah, the magical
was really
paper
expensive.
needed to scribe into a wizard spellbook specifically is like, it's
It's
gotta be like,
lambskin.
yeah, it's like gotta be that special vellum paper that
Yeah. Yeah, it's not paper, it's skin.
yeah.
Alright, so-
something's untoward for sure.
And
Yeah.
right before we finish our meal and leave, I looked at Balasar. I was like, "You want me? I haven't done a lot of spell casting today. You want me to send? You want to send Question a message?"
Nope, all good.
Now, I'll send something later.
Don't worry about my romance. I got this.
I don't
Balasar's a little.
push.
Yeah.
I don't push.
Balasar's aggressive but bashful. All right.
I'll put in a good
Bashful.
word for you next time I see her.
Bashful round of ladies.
Yeah. Well, except for when in the bath together.
Feminine creatures.
All right,
Well, you
so
Yeah, go ahead.
we're going to the inn.
Yeah.
Is there anything else we'd like to do tonight before we settle in for our long rest?
No, I'm just getting into the 6 hours of book
Yeah, besides
copying.
that,
Yeah.
which I think there's plenty of time to both get the long rest and do that tonight. Yeah, because it was still relatively. You went over early afternoon, so it's only been
Yeah.
a few hours plus the long walk, which it's a very long walk. It would have taken you. likely a couple of hours to walk home, especially if I stop for a fancy meal. But there's still plenty of time even after that.
Well, and also he only needs like 4 hours of actual sleepish.
Sleep, yeah.
Right, so
Exactly.
10 hours is...
I take a little bit of time in the night to play with my doggo while he's still a doggo. And I don't send a message to anyone.
No message,
Tonight.
okay.
No, I won't. Kazrin's in a good mood today.
Alright, so we'll go ahead and take the long rest then, because that's a different one route that could have gone for today. And so the next day you were going to the palace. So let's just kind of throw it out there. Beyond the tour, what are you hoping to do when you get in there? Or
I want the octopus to explore the water in front of the palace.
Is there
Ooh,
a
in
picture
front-
of the palace? Is there like a moat around the palace or something?
It's not a it just looks like it's got like a pond. Well, there's 2 water sources. There's like a pond, and then there's
Oh,
like
you're looking at the map. Okay.
I'm looking at the map.
but yes.
There is no moat. It's surrounded by big
Yeah.
walls.
Right, no moat, but it's got water in it. There's like a lake-ish
Actually-
thing and a pond. It's the water doesn't go all the way around, but there's like a source canal of the water.
It's... Yeah.
So I assume since that's not like inside the palace,
Yeah,
that
we'll
we
have to
could
be
kind of do
careful.
that
Yeah.
first. But I figure like you could discreetly just summon your octopus like under the water.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, I should.
Or
do
have me
that.
throw it like a football.
Yeah, that won't get any attention. We're gonna do what we do worst. We're gonna improvise, man.
No, do it from a distance. I just launch it
No,
over all
okay.
the buildings. No one will see it.
So
You know?
the biggest thing is that I want to see is looking at the water that's within the palace walls. The other
Okay.
thing is like taking the tour and seeing if there's a water source like inside the actual palace that we can't see here, but like a well or something.
Kazrin will say that. I mean, we have the invisibility, but they, being what this place is, there's probably protections against that. So.
Yeah, I don't want to like go anywhere that we're not supposed to go, and I want to be discreet, but at the same time, like I'm not intent on breaking any rules, if that makes sense. Other than having the octopus explore the bottom of the water and seeing if it's like a spring fed or fed somehow from, because I mean it's close relatively to the river district water, so like it would make sense that there's some kind of channel or something. I don't remember how to write on it. Like here or here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's not a bad idea.
So try to do. So I wanted to start by asking to make sure to see if there was. Do I need to prepare a cape? A caper? Are we trying to?
No, I don't want to break into anything. I just wanna.
Because that might change on how we have to proceed for. So, but yeah, I think that there is a reason, especially within the main grounds, that we will be able to investigate. Definitely a lot of stuff in plain sight, and so I was going to paste a description into Discord here that.
More of casing the joint before the caper. If there's going to be a caper.
Oh yeah, we're just trying to be the discreet tourists with the cameras, taking pictures of all the special access places.
Yeah, exactly. Timing the guards. Drawing a blueprint.
All right, so to see how much, so I have some pre-built description, and then I have some other stuff that isn't kind of there, but I know is there, so I can just describe some of that to you, depending on kind of how we go. So let's, as we go around investigating these particular places, looking for canal entrances and trying to see if there's some more direct. I imagine we're trying to see if there's like the ultimate goal is seeing if there's some kind of also connection to the city below. Is that
Yeah.
like really where we're kind of going? So at least from what we can find, let's roll some investigation checks then. As we go upon the tour, and then that'll determine how much of this I paste and how much of this I say.
22, 25.
Ooh.
Good job, you two.
All of it.
So me and Brutus are just,
Hey, look
that's
at
a
this
nice
pretty rock.
chandelier.
Look, they
Oh,
sell
shit.
mugs. They have the place in the front.
No, you gotta get the shot glasses.
Nope. Roasted almonds. Just like I fucking hate almonds. Oh, okay. We gotta read. All right.
Where is it? Discord?
Yeah.
So I put some information there. Okay, that's at least a descriptor of some of what you can kind of see generically about the palace and some of the main places they might take you to as part of the little more inner tour than the general populace would have gotten.
Did our research into the maps and things did we see any maps of that dungeon? Did we know about that before coming here?
We didn't know about it.
Did
But
not.
we could go back. We could go back and look at the maps again.
We definitely don't
with-
want to be in trouble.
With the 25, particularly on the investigation, on things that you're able to kind of glean as you go about the palace, you get a little more, like, the people that they had left, that the professor had talked to actually lead you around, it's giving you a little more tour than they would even give some of the upper crust public. So some of the more, not like some of the more trusted folk, maybe not the most inner circle of whatnot, but an actual look that's a little deeper in, where you can kind of see, where you hear about this the labyrinth under the palace, and the octopus investigates all of the waterfronts outside of the palace, and is able to do so unharmed and unnoticed to enough degree at least. And there is definitely a canal entrance that comes into the main part of the palace, which is what feeds the vast majority of all of the water out front. The outside water doesn't seem like this is like a secret entrance hidden under the water here kind of thing, but more of this is just and when you get down, it's not dirt at the bottom. Like, this is almost the effective, Roman concrete kind of thing, where they have made a giant moat pond thing man-made, and then it is fed by the canals from the river district, and then there are inlets that then bring water into the palace, which have all kinds of water features in the palace, which is just a thing of luxury unheard of anywhere else in the city. Like, there's no, in the middle of the desert, there's no fountains in the square. There's no, they just don't have that here in the desert. But in the palace, they do. They have magically flowing fountains that are sourced from this source of water. They have running waterfall water features that come in down the side of walls. I mean, they talk about fancy of fancy, and being in the desert, it is top notch for sure. And then there are, you know, brass and bronze and shiny metals and gems and things, the lapis lazuli and all of these things that it describes, all over the palace. So this, there is money in this area. There's a lot of money in this area. There's a reason why this is known as the jewel of Marquette, is because of the extreme wealth, and much of that wealth is concentrated here, in everything that you see throughout the palace. There is, beyond just trying to be showy, it seems as though that there has been some hoarding of wealth to a degree, and you have found, in some of the other areas, more open chambers. Like the throne room and these things are tall and, vaulted ceilings and all of this in general. But everything still looks to be designed for the scale and scope of human, normal people scale, but just grandeur, right? You have found a few places that they have shown that on this investigation, you're like, oh, this is another place of grandeur. But really looking at it, some of these things look like they were built as a form of luxury for something much larger than a human. And much,
Like
much
orc?
No.
larger than
As soon
a
as you said he
human.
was hoarding it, I immediately thought of a dragon. Like, if I were a dragon, maybe I said this to the group when we're not in there, but if I were a dragon and I wanted to not hoard my stuff in a mountain where I had to protect it, I would do something like this and then make people guard it.
Oh, and his personal chambers are in the highest tower.
Yes.
That
is the rumor anyway. But no one has seen him directly for some time. What do you know? Okay, so I'll give you that is a pretty good conclusion.
We don't know dragons?
You don't know, obviously, anything for certain. But if you have that inclination, let's say, what kind of role might be knowledge of dragons?
History.
History would be a good one.
Not because I rolled a 19.
History would be a good one, because there's a lot of folklore surrounding them, and those kinds of tales would propagate. That they hoard wealth, beyond that of just greed and showy fashion and exuberance and the kinds of things that human type people might do, but as a necessity, as a drive, as a reason for being, and then it's a compulsion. They must hoard it. They must have it. Not that they just want it. There's no greed there. It is just as natural a necessity to life as breathing is to other people, as finding shelter, etc. It's on their hierarchy of needs, if you will. The other thing that you, at least from folklore sense, is that many dragons are known to take human form through magical means, that they can transform themselves to different forms.
So also, Arcana check? But, is that,
Well,
do we know that to be a fact?
Character backstory. I would have studied dragons as an educated warrior. All right? Because of curiosity about where I come from.
I get that. I'm just wondering, would Kaz...
That's the folklore, right?
Right.
Vampires
Do we know
are
if that's
allergic to
actually...
garlic. Is that
Right,
is
yeah.
that a thing? Is that a...
Yeah, do we know if there's actually a spell that can that can allow a creature to take human form? I guess that's the question. Would
Well,
that be like an
if you were
arcana?
asking me as a wizard,
I'm
I
asking you
do
as a wizard.
believe there are spells that way, but I don't believe dragons use it as like a spell that they cast. It's just, or maybe it is magic. I can roll on that if you want it, but
Go ahead. Yeah. Good. Hit me with an Arcana. See. What? Dragons, being magical beasts as they are, many can wield magic in the same way that sorcerers can wield magic. But in others, some of their innate natural abilities are magical in nature. And for this one, uh, if normal dragons, just you're assuming that there was such a thing as just your run of the mill every day you run into a dragon, which you don't. Kind of regular dragons don't have this kind of power. This is not a. This is a thing that only those that are ancient, that have outlived not both lived a long time, but also garnered a lot of power through their time, and there are many ways in which they can do that. But those that have done so are the ones that develop these kinds of abilities over centuries, millennium.
I wonder when he was last seen. I mean, well, we kind of know that, don't or do we? Do we know
Guys-
when he was last seen?
You guys are breaking everything up here. Just solving the whole riddle.
Just wondering, like, did he?
I mean, we know he showed up in the city.
Well, he founded the city, but it's been what,
Right.
300 years since they've seen him, and 500 years the city's been built. I forget now.
It's been a while since he's been seen last, but let me look. Let me look. See what I said exactly. I don't want to say more than. So the city was founded 400 or 500 years ago. It has been. It just is rarely ever seen in public, and it has been several years since he's been seen last.
Okay, it's not been
There
that long,
is an elderly female human that is has the title of Oncorel's Grand Maven or Acting Chancellor, who is the one that interfaces with the public more. In the name of capacity of Jaman Sword, who is the actual leader.
So the thing you posted in Discord, is that what we were able to find out with our investigation checks, or
Yes, that plus
plus what you said?
plus what I said. Yeah.
Okay. And that the mostly what you said was just that the grandeur and the hoarding seemed to indicate like more than just greed, and we kind of jumped to the conclusion of
That and some of the more private spaces that were built not just for
public.
humanoid size, but for something to be in
Larger.
comfortable luxury that is much, much larger than humans.
Okay. Are there a lot of guards?
Yes. So, like, you expected guards, right? And you expected guards at many of the main, like, don't come past this points and the gates and things like this. But the number of guards is staggeringly more than you expected. There is in all essence, an army of guards inside the palace.
Oh, my favorite.
You got to get them all down the hallway. We'll pick them up one by one.
So, but based on where the guards are, we're able to like figure out what the sort of private parts of the palace are, right? I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. There are clear delineations of do not cross, and there were several that you were able to cross because of your tour guide. That were beyond, like you were able to cross some velvet ropes, so to speak, but then there were some others that even deeper in than those that you were not. You just were not.
were we allowed in the dungeon or no?
Not in the labyrinth, no. But you were shown where it is, and were kind of given the Hollywood tour version of the like some hopped up folklore about it, kind of thing.
I feel like we should go back to the library and see what we can find out about this dungeon
And dragons.
and dragons. And maybe historical information if we can find any about Jamon Selward himself. Because maybe there's like historical accounts that describe him in more detail that we could figure out. Although I don't, him being a dragon, I don't know how that helps us any really for. Although
yeah,
he's
it's a neat find, but it explains why he's so old. Definitely.
right, it definitely
'Cause-
explains why he's so old.
'cause
And
I
if
was-
he's been alive for a millennium.
It also says that if we could kill everybody in this city, we're gonna be rich. No, wait, sorry.
Wait, we just have to kill the dragon and take over.
Well, yeah, my first thought is the leader's been dead for a long time, and there's someone else actually controlling everything. But now that he's an ancient dragon, that would be no easy
Yeah.
feat.
Well, the other thing too is if he's
I mean,
a
we
dragon,
are level
it's
5 or 6 now, right?
Ancient,
Yeah, we got
ancient
this.
dragon.
wait. Listen now. If he's a millennial old, then it's possible he knows or knew the city before the calamity, right? Like,
Oh, yes.
and
That's
that's
good.
why
That's a good thread.
built
He
the
picked this
city.
spot. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
right? Because, I mean, if we could just, not to attack him or kill him or anything, but I mean, if we could just talk to him, like, I don't know, he might. Why would he share that information with us? I guess we're nobodies. I don't know. But still, like, that might be a thing, too. If he knew the city before, and maybe he built the city to search for something in the old city. If he's all about hoarding wealth, I'm sure there's tons of wealth in that city.
Maybe that's how we get access. We go in.
Offering to help him find.
We go in. He gets his cut, or well, we get a small sliver.
Yeah, that's not a bad angle. That's not a bad angle. Okay. So, the question remains: how do we get an audience with him? That's a much harder objective.
I guess we could talk to our handler and maybe
Have
not.
our
maybe
handler
not.
talk to his handler.
Well, maybe not tell them everything. Maybe not quite mention that with, hey, did you guys think it's a dragon? And maybe they already know this. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, let's see what we can find out about him in the library first. I think that would be about
Okay.
him, about
Aslan's all up
the
to the library.
because we're like right next door. I mean, it's 50 feet away, not quite, but it's close to the palace, so. And see if we can find out. So, information about the palace, about the dungeon specifically, and about Jamansa Ward, like historical accounts of him, is what we're looking for. And then, if we happen to be in the Allegiance area and they're ready to induct us, then cool, we're already there.
Yeah, that should give us some access to things too. Hopefully.
So the palace is very big, and the investigation across would have taken a good bit of, like a legitimately good bit of the day, to go through all the grounds and especially all the inner workings. I mean, the palace is nearly as big as a district to an extent, right? It's huge, and so. That time definitely would have transpired, and so by the time that you reach the other side of it, it would be mid to late afternoon at the earliest. And so, would you want to head to the Crystal Chateau in the library, or would you at the end of this day, or home at the end of this day? Where were you going immediately after your palace tour?
If it's like 3 p.m. or 4 p.m., you're saying it's like later than that? Or
no, that's probably like 4 or 5 p.m. That's what I was thinking is
okay.
Mid to late afternoon, something like that. 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Something somewhere in that time frame.
So I say we head to the library, do some research for a couple hours, and then head to the inn by taxi.
Roger.
All right.
See what we
Always
can
by
figure out.
taxi.
As you leave the
From
palace and you head to the Crystal Chateau, are you going to do so on foot?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you roll perception checks on your way?
That was almost a 1.
Kazan's just thinking about the books.
How are you rolling so well tonight? What is happening?
What? I rolled 1s tonight.
You
take
rolled
that
a
back.
19.
Two 19s in
and
a row.
another 19.
No, 19.
Yeah. My skills are high. All right.
As you walk from the palace to the chateau, you notice a dark figure clumsily following as you're strolling along the road.
I let clumsy person follow.
Wait. Clumsily following, as in he has a big hole in his thigh?
No, clumsily following as they are. Whoever is following is not well adept at deception or stealth, we'll say.
So one of us.
Can I
Yes.
use Can I use insight to see if I can if I can tell why he's following us? Like, is he just watching us, or is he intending to attack us, poison us, something like that?
You could roll an insight.
I could summon an octopus under his feet.
That octopus is gonna come in handy. Just wait. It's not there yet.
It was handy. It investigated all the water around the.
Yeah,
the
just
palace.
we didn't find
You got to
anything
swim
yet.
all day. He had a
But
good
when
day.
we're swimming, when we're in an underwater city, that octopus is gonna come in handy. I'm telling you.
The person following, like, it looks like their intent is persistence, and while they're trying, like, they're, Hoods up. They're trying to kind of hide who they are, even though they're really bad at it. And it is obvious that they are following you.
What if we split up and the person he doesn't follow, the two people he doesn't follow, backtracks around and comes up behind him? So we'll put him in between us.
Just let him follow us, and then we shoot him in the face with a crossbow bolt.
Or the thigh.
Let's try to stay out of jail.
Okay, so as we're kind of lazily walking towards the chateau, I mean, we could easily just split up a little bit and just take different parallel paths. You know, like kind of thinking almost like when you're walking down the grocery store and like one's on the one side of the aisle and the other's on the other side, and like you keep seeing each other through like down each aisle kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? So like,
Or we could get Brutus to go invisible, and then Brutus can just walk
Or I can
up on
turn
him.
you invisible.
Well, whoever's probably the most agile.
probably you.
Okay.
Yeah, but only if he's not like he can't be watching Brutus.
Yeah,
and
yeah, we
following
gotta.
you guys. So we split up, and we're walking down parallel streets, like basically just a block away.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with Brutus, and then Kaz and Balzar.
Okay. And then, are you and Brutus trying to be... Like, when you split off, are you trying to blend in when you split off and let them be as obvious as they are? Or are you trying to make it known that you're splitting off and, like... Well, what's the...
No, I think that's... Yeah, we're splitting off and trying to, like, melt into the side ground to try and see if he follows them.
Okay.
Because, I mean, we're a group. It's not it's unlikely that he would be singling any one of us out to follow.
Yeah, go ahead and
plus-
roll a stealth check for both of you then, just as you melt into the crowd.
Plus, Balasar is kind of like the easiest one to follow, anyways. For
Mhm.
someone.
Trying to
My
say,
stealth is amazing, so check this stealth roll out. Yeah.
Was
Better
Tony
than
good
mine, and I'm proficient.
No, I'm not proficient. I don't know what that means, but
she gets more stuff number.
Yeah, your proficiency...
You got higher.
Like, so you get... There's a stat associated with every skill based on, like, dex or int or whatever. And then there's also a... Are you trained in it? Kind of thing. And so you get your stat bonus, and then you get your trained bonus. And so she happens to have both of those things. That's what they mean by proficiency.
Right, but what I was saying is you've rolled better than I did, and I'm like trained in it.
I just didn't know if the numbers were
Joke.
comparable, if proficient meant that the
Yeah,
numbers were different. Like hers
Yeah,
was
the
a tier
numbers are
above
still
no matter what.
No, yeah, numbers are still numbers.
Okay.
Generally speaking, yeah.
This adds a bigger bonus.
I just thought she had
Base
more
roll.
decks or something.
The it appears to you that when you kind of go off to the side, that you do so still unnoticed, and as you kind of parallel, tracking, this figure is intently, and it looks like because of the ease of sight, following Balasar directly. This would be the one that most focused on.
It's question. No, I don't know.
Well, you should go invisible, and then we'll cut across the side, like across the block after we see them pass.
Okay.
After we see him pass, and then we'll be behind him when we get on that street.
Okay. I go invis.
All right,
And I'm letting him
track-
kind of take the lead.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then track on around. So the hooded figure, in kind of dark, hooded cloak, still intently following Balazar, and as Brutus comes upon them, you see especially now that you're behind, you can see a bit of a red tail coming out from underneath the back of their
It is a
cloak.
question.
Yeah, but maybe
She
she's
should
just
be
trying
better at that.
maybe she's just trying to catch up with us.
Well, why would you be hiding though?
She's not She's not hiding. I think
just trying
she
to-
could
Also-
be.
Maybe she's
red tail.
Red
Oh, is she
tail?
not red?
Oh, I don't know. She has like red eyes. And
Oh,
red
I thought question was a
horns.
red tiefling. No, I forget now. Oh, there's a picture somewhere. Is there a picture?
Her skin's not red. So, red. What's a red tail?
I don't know.
There's two tieflings that you've been interacting with.
Trying to look for the picture of the rival group.
Oh, is this the one that made the whole thing collapse on us? She wasn't a tiefling, was she?
No.
Oh, the rivals aren't tieflings.
She was in a
at all.
red robe, but she was like an elf. Half
Who
elf.
else we interacted with? Who was a red tiefling?
The professor is a red tiefling.
Oh, I never visualized the professor. I was just thought of like a school professor in my head. There's two in this group. Not trying to profile, but
as you Brutus, as you get close, that red tail, and you come up alongside even as he's oblivious, and it's also pretty obvious that this is not his normal mode of operation by any means, but it is the professor who is trying to trail Balasar.
Okay, now let's just back in the envelope calculate why.
Because I didn't tell him the full truth, and even though he like set up the palace tour, he didn't believe me.
But why Balasar? Because he's the easiest to spot?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it's
probably.
easy. If he's bad at tailing people.
Or tieflings just have a thing for Balasar.
Could be.
No, I think the most logical explanation is that if he's not good at tailing people, Balasar is the easiest to tail because he's massive
Okay.
and he doesn't fit in.
Maybe
at
he's
all.
just coming to tell us the news. Maybe he's just coming to tell us the news, and he needs to do it in not his normal place.
Yeah, but why would
I
he
am-
follow us?
Oh, do you think he's
He
also
could-
corrupt? Wait, hold on. Could he be the corrupt one that tried to have us killed by giving us the bad information?
Yeah, that's possible. Either way, like if he was straight up right now, then he would have just approached us outside the palace
Okay.
and said, "Hey, we need to go talk somewhere."
Okay, so
instead
how do
of
we
following us.
handle it?
I send a message to you guys. I'm like, I'm pretending like I'm just talking to Balasar. I was like, so what's going on? Who is it?
Can we send a message back? Like
You can reply to this message.
Okay, I can reply. And we're not like he doesn't see us. Well, I mean Brutus is invisible and can see him. So, I'll slip Brutus reply. Actually, it probably went to him.
Can I do that in a way that he won't hear me? I don't know how to reply.
Oh.
Or is it mental, or do I have to speak?
You have to speak this.
Messages.
Yeah, this isn't sending.
Yeah, message is vocal. Yep.
Oh, okay. So then I'll like Brutus is up there. He's not gonna say anything. Then I say, like, because I'm sort of following further behind. We're out of earshot. I say red tail? Question mark, professor? Since I haven't seen his face, I don't know fully. But
I send back. Well, maybe me and Balasar will just stop and we'll see if he catches up or if he just stops and waits. See if he's
Okay.
trying to find us or if he's trying to tell us.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna stop and.
Yeah, me and Balasar just like I don't know, get another.
I'm gonna get kebab.
Yeah, salamander burger.
It's a nice running joke. I like it. It doesn't.
Cannibalism.
He doesn't like when you stop. He is still continuing to try to close the distance.
We'll just like find a little sit. We'll just kind of sit and eat. We'll see if he actually comes all the way up to us or not. I'll relay that to them. So that's what we're doing.
So you kind of
Sounds
sit
good.
there nonchalant, and it's
Yeah.
it's really it would be humorous how awkward this is and how he thinks he's stealthy, that he's not. As you're kind of sitting there nonchalant, and he hunkers down, like it's so obvious in the middle of the street here, right? And he's like hunkering down, and is like kind of coming up to say, "Psst."
I look over to the sound.
So the professor's normally in these very vibrant robes, and even when he was on the expedition in Bazazan, like even his expedition clothes, like Question had very blended in clothes, and even though she's voluptuously beautiful, you really couldn't tell because she had big dorky glasses and all, frumpy clothes, and it looked dirty, and like it was really well hidden and kind of blended in. But the professor has just been flagrantly the professor at every other time you've seen him, and he's got this dark clothes on now instead of his usual thing. He's come beyond the prying years. Come, and he leads you down into an alleyway.
I told you he had to do it out of public eye.
I guess me and if my brother joins, we go the alleyway, and if you are catching up, just.
Well, I mean, Brutus is just walking beside him because he's invisible. So I'm probably like 20 yards behind him, since I'm better at stealthing than he is.
And you see him kind of like looking around, like all nervous, and suspicious. And I think someone is trying to frame me for the attack at the dome.
Who would do that? What does anyone have to gain by framing you?
You can see that he appears to be truly befuddled. I couldn't die. I don't know. I don't know. What could someone possibly gain by framing me within their own organization? There's no one outside that could benefit.
Only somebody inside that could benefit.
Do you say that invisible? That'd be hilarious.
No.
Can I tell if he's like lying, like his?
Oh yeah, roll an insight
Is
check.
he lying? Okay.
Boom.
Oh, yes.
Can I tell you if he cheated on his wife or
He
not?
is.
No. You can tell, that's for sure. He is earnest and desperate in his claims of innocence. Earlier today, a thief snatched my satchel as I was walking down the street. I reported the theft, then went about my business. It happens. It is certain sections of town are rough and tumble after all. A few hours ago, someone used a sending spell to notify me that the satchel had found its way to the Crystal Chateau, and that I should claim it at once. Suspicious. I was on my way to retrieve it anyway, when I found this, and he rummages in his pocket, and he pulls out a silver ring with a stripe of red metal.
Idiom.
I think someone slipped it into my pocket, but I swear it's not mine. It looks like one of the magic items salvaged from Karamaro, but I can't be sure. You believe me, right?
I mean, it seems like you're telling us the truth.
Roll for it. Where are you?
I fear that whoever planted this ring on me also planted something in my satchel.
So you didn't pick up the satchel?
No, I found this on the way. This is incriminating in its own sense. How easy they could have implanted something else incriminating in my satchel, waiting for me to pick it up, no less.
I feel like it's critical that we know what they put in your satchel. Couldn't you go to pick it up and then look through it there and be like, wait, this isn't mine? I don't know.
But who would believe me? And what right would they have? I could have very easily claimed, oh, this isn't mine, to anything incriminating.
Truth serum?
I think the key lies in this. And he's still holding this ring kind of in his hand. Like, if this is from Kermaro, there would be record of it. Who was the one to archive it? Who was the one to find it? Who's the one who had authority to retrieve it?
Kaz?
He read everything.
What? No, he didn't read everything. I want to know if the ring is magical or if it's just a ring.
Oh, detect magic.
It is magical.
Yeah, it's definitely magical.
Can you
And it has
tell?
the same corrupted red aura that the other things interacting with Iridium have.
I wouldn't touch that with your bare hands if I were you. Put it back in your pocket.
So where will we find out this information about the official documentation from the Care Morrow?
And how does this affect our membership? Like, do we even have access to find that information out, or are we not officially members yet, and we're not going to be able to access anything?
Well, on that side, I was hoping under better circumstances to relay some level of officiality, but yes, you were given final approval by the headmaster. I sent over a nice little care package to your new inn.
So that would have the authorization documentation that we would need to access certain things, stuff like that.
You'd have some nice representative clothing and a badge of membership, as well as under one of the other membership perks, other than access to resources at our disposal. Lodging would be something you wouldn't have to care about anymore.
Well, I think for tonight we should keep the inn anyways. And Brutus, maybe you could just make him invisible and let's go to take him to our inn for the night.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was going to ask if he wanted to come to our inn and get a room there. It's pretty discreet.
Yeah, I agree with the plan. And then I shimmer visible.
We can do it.
Bird of prey uncloaking.
You can see that he is legitimately startled. Expecting his sneakery to be somewhat effective, and then all of a sudden someone literally is invisible.
And now
next to
shot surprise. Because I could see him.
Oh, that's right.
I do have a friend, maybe not in It is in another library in the Sigil District, not the main one at the chateau, but it is one of import. It is near the entrance to the main excavation site within Karamaro. There's records kept of every expedition, and carefully catalogued are records of every antiquity salvaged during those expeditions. If this is indeed something salvaged from there, records of it should be kept.
Now, just because all these proper nouns in fantasy can get confusing, we haven't been to Karamaro, have we?
No, that's
Okay.
No,
the.
that's the city underground. Underwater.
Oh, okay.
Underwater
Well,
city.
never mind. Yeah,
Yeah, so
that's not the place we're trying to go.
that's what we're trying to get
Yeah.
to. Yeah, the main entrance. Yeah, we still haven't been allowed to go in yet.
Okay, my bad.
But
Thanks.
soon, within the next few months,
We gotta level up first.
by Christmas, we're gonna get there. We're
Gotta
getting there.
run around fighting marble elephants till we level up.
Well, we do have this other side mission of like ancient dragon. I mean, we could explore that some more.
Killing millennial old dragon, instant level up. Okay, back to the. So let's take him and head back to the inn where we can keep him safe overnight, since we don't really know who's after him.
Well, he was saying he had a
And-
friend. Is he coming? I guess ask me, you want to come with us, or do you have a place to stay?
Oh, I thought his friend was the
Yeah.
The one
Oh, that's
that
right. That was our
managed to-
contact.
yeah, we'll
Yeah,
do
we
that
bring him with us.
right in the morning. Yeah.
All right. So you make it. Take him back to the inn for another night, in which we can have our communication. We can plan some things out or chat or whatever. But I think we should save that as it kind of starts the next little piece. Until the
Yes.
next session. So I think
Right before I go to sleep, I do send a message to Question saying,
Your tail is blue, right? Wait, sorry, I'm sorry.
I just send that, it's like, I know our business relationship may be over, but my brother, he's kind of shy, but he's got a heart of gold, and he's got your sending stone right now. Just do with that as you will.
Just kind of a few moments pass after sending the message, and then you noticed, like, when you first met Question, there was like when she was in her expedition gear, and she looked a little different, and her demeanor was like exaggerated a lot, where the way she spoke and her mannerisms and these kinds of things were kind of exaggerated. And then when you've got back, you've noticed that she's, the mannerisms exist, but they're not like her. Perhaps her true self isn't as exaggerated as her in the field version of herself. Hide in plain sight kind of thing. And when she responds, she has that same, a little more tempered demeanor, and she would, and her response is, "If you would like an answer, first I must know the question." And that's it.
Gotta be a little bit more direct with her. Not that I'm privy to that message or reply. That's an aside.
I'm picturing right now, like if me and Wolf and me and Bowser are in different rooms, it's kind of like on a Office Space. I beat on the door, I beat on the wall.
Hey,
Like,
Beater
you gotta
Man,
ask yourself, man.
check out Channel 9. Check out this chick.
Well, not necessarily. You know, you could ask her an official question for him, like, would you meet Balazar at XYZ,
Or stay
whatever
in a romantic
time?
relationship.
I was just
This
hoping she
doesn't make
might.
any sense. Isn't she like really, really small?
So,
No, tieflings are normal size.
Okay.
The professor's
but
rather
Balasar's
small,
like
but
10
the but the professor's rather small, but she's actually,
Like
you know, like a
5'5".
very no like a rather tall woman, like actually 6 foot or kind of tall. She's not small.
Okay, that's not the way I imagined her. Okay.
You're like a little gnome. Like, how does it even work?
This is not gonna work at all.
Not sure where this group is going.
And that's what tables are for.
Swings.
Oh goodness.
Well,
Okay.
if I can't get Ale to message me back, I gotta go hook up my brother. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail us that much. I just wanted to get that in.
I mean, I think I was gonna hang out. There's like a bar at the inn, right?
Oh yeah, yep. It is
So,
a
like-
tavern/inn.
Yeah. So I was just gonna hang out for kind of a while after everybody heads to bed. Just hang out kind of in the middle of the bar, just nursing a beer and listening to everyone's conversation as much as I'm able to till like 2 in the morning. Just see if I hear anything interesting. Want me to roll a perception or investigation?
Yeah,
Close.
let's do both. See if the tone is much different, or anything that you can kind of glean differently than what. So, like one thing of note was the Alluvium district is again not like it's not poor by any means, but it is a lot more of what you might consider the working district, as far as the more down to earth people, the ones that aren't tradesmen, the ones the ones that work for a living, so to speak. Doing there's the mines nearby. There's a lot of things that along those lines that would cause people to be here. So a lot of the conversation before was, oh, these factions are doing this, or these uppity people are trying to do this, and putting the regular man down, and that kind of stuff. Not exactly conspiracy theories, but also some mild dissatisfaction with authority, if you will. And generally speaking, like even tonight, there, you're still picking up a little of that same tone. That tone seems to permeate every day that you've kind of been in this district, for that kind of thing. But you're also getting maybe a little sense that, other than the normal murmurings, that there's been some political movement of late, and there's still a questioning of where the leader is. Are we all just puppets? Is he a puppet? Is there what, there's a little bit more questioning that is going on as to what is really going on as far as power in this city. Since they haven't seen him in a couple of years, that's awkward. Somehow the rulings are still happening. Is it really him, or is somebody else just, guiding this all to their own devices? Is it these factions? Have they done off with him or whatever. You know, like you're getting a lot of this. There's a lot more dissatisfaction, other than just the crotchety people being crotchety or blowing steam at the end of the day. Seems like there's a little more overall feel that is shifting into agitation.
Interesting. Have we noticed, like, with the elephant that it seems to have been corrupted? Was that, like, based on its corruption, did we feel anything from it? Like, did it make us, I don't know, more angry? Or, like, the ring, did we notice any kind of, like, aura effect of the ring, as we kind of, like, traveled with it back to the inn and stuff, even though we didn't have it on personally? Like, you know what I'm asking?
Like, does it, is the question, like, does it maybe permeate a particular alteration of mood around it? Like the
Yeah,
ruidium
yeah,
itself?
yeah.
Is this like,
Like a hallow.
or Ghostbusters 2, like the slime? You know, like
Yeah.
feeding off of the negative emotions of the others and vice versa. Yes, I think that there is something about the corruption of the ruidium that seems to elicit negative emotions.
So is
Anger,
it,
aggression, sadness. Um,
is this kind of the dissent, or more dissent, that I'm hearing tonight? Is that kind of in general the sentiment of the city, or am I able to make any correlation with the fact that the ring is inside the inn, and so therefore the people at the bar in the inn are, like,
no, I
have
don't think
shifted
that
into more negative?
that the little ring itself is enough to,
Okay.
like, it's not like, it's not like wherever this goes, as you've walked along, everyone's just been pissed off around you. Like, that doesn't seem like the case. It just seems like broad spectrum. There's
Okay.
less patience.
Gotcha. So, like, overall, the access to the Ruidium is kind of seeping into the city, more or less.
Feels that way.
Okay.
Interesting. I mean, I'm not there, but that's still interesting.
All right. Well, anything else before I shut her down?
I think I'm good.
Excellent. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and plug in the long rest, and then we can talk to the professor at the start of next session. Then.